Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome back to Türkheim. It's the EFRA 110th Electric Track European Championships coming to you live from Türkheim, brought to you by Monaco RC. And we're RC Racing TV, and we would like to thank Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Lens Bodies and X-Ray. It's finals day, and we've got Mr. James Stewart trackside.
Good morning, Matt, and good morning, viewers, as well. Yes, joining us here from sunny Türkheim would be a bit optimistic, but a dry Türkheim at the very least. So that's good. That's what we all wanted to see. Just had round of practice finals, all set to go into the three-legged finals for everybody. So we've got the front-wheel drive class coming up first. Got B main and A main for that. We then have a B main and A main for the Formula class, that running as a European Cup rather than a European Championship here this weekend. We then got the Spec class and then into the modified class. Super thrilling in modified yesterday as well. At the end, the last round of qualifying, it was open between three drivers going into it. We had Bruno Coelho, Ronald Volker, Michael Orlowski. Any one of them, had they won the round, would have been TQ. We were focusing on Ronald and Bruno. Michael, though, was like less than half a second behind come the end, and it was something crazy, like 33 thousandths of a second out in front, the difference between two TQs. So it should set up a really good set of finals today. That's what we're hoping for.
You see the frustration on Ronald's face yesterday, just getting pipped to the post, but it's only one position back on the grid, isn't it?
It is. It's one position back on the grid. So yeah, there's it was very, very close between any one of them could have taken TQ, and we've just watched the practice final as well, and super thrilling practice final that we've just seen. So just getting cars lined up on the grid. Set for the start of this. Oliver Heiser will lead us away. Gets a good launch off of the grid. Front wheel drive B main. Going, got away quite cleanly at the start of this as Oliver Heiser, being chased by Sebastian Mederer. Bit of a pile-up just beneath us, but I think we may have a change for second position going on. Just behind, we'll stick, though, with the, looks like we've got the second place car in shot. Takes a fairly hefty jump over the curb. But Mederer is still in second position with the number 2 car, sort of white car with a red roof. Down the main straight once more. These cars are limited, or they're at a fixed maximum gear ratio, so if you're wondering why top speeds of them look very, very similar, it's physics, really. If you've got motors revving at pretty much the same speed, the gear ratio that they can put out is fixed, tyre diameter is fixed, they're going to be pretty much identical in top speed overall. I think they're running a fixed ratio of 4.5 to 1 here this weekend. So a little bit different to some federations who run a rev limit on the motor and leave the gearing open. It achieves pretty much the same thing here. The motor can rev as much, it sort of is free to rev as much as it wants to, but if you crank the timing too much to get it to rev that hard, you will suffer from fade by the end of the run. Still running with Mederer in second position. Heiser just out of shot in front of him. Gap between the two is just over 9/10 of a second at the moment as they cross the timing line. Timing line is that double line that you can see on the shot there. That's going to be the critical line that they'll be diving for in the finals, and you will see in some particularly close races later on guys sort of throwing the car at the line, they'll come straight backwards towards this camera that we have there. They're not looking to make the next corner, to make the next turn into the hairpin, so just charging for the line with no intention of making that following hairpin, just to really try and get the best possible finishing time that they can, particularly if you're in a really close race with someone. Should we shift our focus forward one car onto the car of Oliver Heiser? So two predominantly white cars out in the front of the field here in the B main. Oliver pretty unlucky not to make the back of the A main. Had some decent scores yesterday. The front wheel drive class did have a wet round yesterday morning, as did the Formula class. It had stopped raining by the time that the Formula cars went out, but it was still a drying track. By the time we got into Spec, it was certainly, by the time we got to the top couple of heats, it was, to all intents and purposes, a dry track. There were a few sort of slightly slippery curbs. Of course, if you went off onto the grass, it was still wet. Some of the pace yesterday did vary quite a lot, depending on whether the track was wet or not. So you had a few guys with good round scores in the wet round, which just mixed up the tail end of qualifying a little bit. Still had Daniel Perlman, who, well, he super brave. He took the first two legs. He took the first leg of qualifying on Thursday, took the first round in the wet yesterday, and then sat out the rest of qualifying until the final leg before choosing to go out again, and took the final round as well. So mega brave from him to open the door and give people the opportunity to take some shots at the times that he'd already done, but superb confidence in his own ability. Into the last 20 seconds, Oliver Heiser still leading this one. He's led from lights to flag. He'll want to get, it'd be nice for him to get this leg in his pocket. It's always good, get a leg win in the first leg of multi-leg finals. It's three-legged finals for everybody, so it will be their best two scores that count. Of course, the aim is win the first two legs. If you get that done and in your pocket, then you're all good. You can go out for leg number 3. Doesn't matter, no one can beat your score. It's not ideal for us, but that can quite often happen. So just coming around, Oliver Heiser has taken that from Mederer, and then we have Matteo Buchelt, Markus Buchelt, Reto Neuer, Svante Rathajski, Suzanne Reiler, Marlon Rathajski, and Andres Frattaroli out there. So a first A main of the day coming next.
Hello to everybody watching online. Great to have you with us. FCJM78, hello from France. Wilken Racing Products, Redline RC Raceway, all the way from South Africa in the house. Well, welcome to you. Thank you for watching. It's great to have you with us. And most importantly, thank you for commenting. Get your comments coming in. Let's get the discussions going. Who do you think is going to be on top? Who do you think is going to take one of the 3 championships and 1 cup available today? And hello from Poland. And hello to you, RC by Tatsu. Sky looks a bit dark. Hopefully the rain holds off, says Kind Nugs. Yes, yeah, hopefully it does. Well, you say that, but actually we secretly would quite like some rain, because that would make it really fun for us.
It does. The only thing I'd hope is that it doesn't throw a complete spanner in the works. It's obviously everybody's qualified now in their position, so finals are sort of fixed. But you just hope that it kind of the results still look kind of representative. You wouldn't necessarily want someone coming from 10th to win just because it happened to rain at the right time for them. But
yeah.
That would be the only thing we're looking for. But Daniel Perlmer on pole, Soren Sparbe, Adam Isay, Andy Murray, Stefan Schultz, Enrico Jung, Stefan Kroner, Loris Buchholz, Emily Rathajski and Lennart Buchholz will take the start of this one. See a bit of counting going up so that the drivers know, trying to figure out exactly where they are on the grid. Of course, the pole sitter gets to choose whether they want left or right hand side of it. That's why there's a double set of grid markings that they get offset by. So underway, Daniel Perlman with the minty green car leading from Soren Sparbe, who is the sort of white, red and blue coloured car. Adam Isay running his traditional sort of sky blue colour scheme. First lap through, it's 1 from 2 from 3. Looks like Andy Murray's had a bit of a nightmare and is at the tail end of the field. He'll be pushing hard from the back, trying to catch up. We're on the second place battle at the moment, so we're running with Soren Sparbe on camera. Adam Isay giving chase to him. Daniel Perlman just out in the front of shot. Adam looking for a way through on Soren. See if he can give him a bit of a surprise somewhere, just trying to look, see where he is faster. He certainly seems to get better drive off the corner. It looks like he's got really good traction, has a look down the inside, nearly has a run. Very, very close, this front-wheel drive class, certainly in terms of straight line speed. Adam looking like he can just turn a little bit tighter, a little bit harder, carry on the power a little bit more. Is he going to get the cut under here? No, he doesn't. So round the banked sweeper once more. Daniel Perlman just edging away out in front, so we'll stick with his battle for second and third position at the moment. Adam getting a good run there, just having to jump on the brakes, tries around the outside, doesn't quite get him off. Just having a look to see where he can carry more speed. Looking everywhere, he's climbing all over the back of Soren Sparbe's car, and Sparbe makes a small mistake. Adam collects him. Really, really fair from Adam there, actually, backing out of that at that point. He, I think that was Soren's mistake, put Soren sideways. Adam didn't really need to give that place back, but did the gentlemanly thing. That allows Daniel Perlman to extend his lead. Adam has a look down the inside as they come down the main straight side by side. Looks like Soren just had a little bit on him in terms of pace, just seems to pull very slightly in the mid-range and pulls a very slight gap before they both top out to the same max speed. Adam has another look round the outside. It's the long way round. He's going to have some difficulty trying to lay the power down out there. Out in front by like 2.6 seconds currently. We've got Daniel Perlman. So we are sticking with this battle for second and third at the moment. Adam has another look. Soren's driving really defensive, forcing Adam to go the long way round. It's not really going to work that well in this limited power class. Another look now for Adam. He just needs to get the power down on the inside if he can. He needs to get a run on the inside. Has another look coming down the straight, swapping across as they go down. Looks left, he looks right. Still can't find a way through. 1 minute 30 seconds to go. Race announcer's just called 1 minute 30 seconds to go. And I say puts it on his roof, back on his wheels again. He maintains third place. Let's stick with Adam then, see if he can drive back up to the rear of Soren Sparbe. It's looking pretty good for Daniel Perlman now. His lead now like 3.2 seconds. So the close battle that was going on, in fact, it's now sort of Adam Isay, Stefan Schultz just behind him. Stefan looking like he can't quite run at the same pace as Adam. We're going to see if Adam can drive up towards the back of Soren. He's not really gaining on him. It's 1.5 seconds, the gap between them. Let's see if we can pick up our leader then with just over 30 seconds to go. He's the minty green coloured car. He is just about to head round under the driver's rostrum now. Heading through the curve. There we go. We've got him with just over 20 seconds remaining. So lead 2 looking like they're going to make it onto the extra lap. Daniel Perlman, nice and comfortable out in front, led from lights to very nearly the flag. This is going to be his final lap. Daniel just looked a bit of a step ahead of everybody so far this weekend. Not in single lap pace necessarily, it's just consistency. But Daniel Perlman crosses the line to take leg 1 of the A final for the front wheel drive class.
Cracking bit of racing there. That was absolutely fantastic to watch.
That was, yeah, that was really, really good. Unfortunately for Adam Isay, he looked like he had a quicker car, and just in his frustration to get past, ran a little bit too much curb and bounced it over onto its roof. Landed back on his wheels, but it just broke that, gave that little bit of gap, and it's super, super difficult in a restricted power class to try and bridge any kind of gap like that. So Adam he knows he's got a quick car underneath him, still 2 legs to go, still all to play for, but Daniel Perlman will be happy to have that one in his pocket. So we have the first Formula final coming up next. 3 cars in this one. We got Andy Frattaroli, who we said earlier he was pretty unlucky to end up down in this final. He was super, super fast in the wet conditions of yesterday, and would have been hoping, I think, to if he'd have snuck into the back of the A final, he'd have been doing rain dances, offering up sacrifices, etc., hoping for any kind of rain today. He would have been in with a shout of a podium, I think. Unfortunately dropped down into the B final, so it's limited his best possible result. We've also got Michael Hautley up there, and expecting Ranier Grimminger, but looks like we only have 2 drivers up on the rostrum at the moment. So potentially a 2-car final for the first of the Formula class. We'll have a 10-car final up next for the remainder of the Formula cars.
What happens if one of them breaks?
Then
you've got your work cut out to make it exciting.
Well, we'll see. At least we're not going to have difficulty picking up what car on the camera. So, yeah. Car 1 is the red car with the rain light at the rear of it. You won't see that on the grid, but here we go. And they're away, and it's a pretty good launch. There's 2 cars; they're going to hit each other, aren't they? No, change for the lead. Okay, Michael Hautley out in front then. Well, one of these guys is going to win. We know that. Andy Frattaroli just bounces it across the grass. He goes down the main straight. Car looks a little bit tail happy. These cars, of course, rear-wheel drive. They're also quite long for their width, so they tend to... Oh, and on the grass there for Andy. Quickly recovered by the marshal. That's going to be interesting, actually, for marshalling, because there's only 2 drivers, so I guess they'll be looking for volunteers to stay on for the A-main to put those down. and keep the cars moving and on track. Still running with the leader, Andy Frattaroli. He was a bit over-exuberant on the throttle there. Let's have a bit of a look at Michael Hauptley, the other car on track. Oh, he's just... oh, okay. He's off the track and broken. So he's been on the grass. Oh, is he going back out? No, he's back on there. So slightly damp grass. Let's just see if he gets himself moving again. No, he's lost a wheel. So so we have.
Shouldn't laugh.
No,
it's not funny.
We've got one car running. So Andy Frattaroli can. He's not under a huge amount of pressure at this point. So car being placed on the marshal point. So,
I like how that's the car we're filming. That's the car we're filming, Ash.
So, okay, we have one car circulating, Andy Frattaroli. Yeah, well, Andy's won the final now. Michael Hauptley has broken the car. Andy can stop. He can do the river dance on the rostrum if he wants to. He's already won this, so won this first leg and got that in his pocket. Michael Hauptley will be looking for a fresh set of wheel nuts for the rear of that car and sacking the mechanic. We've just got to hope that Andy doesn't break this now. That will make it quite difficult. What have we got? Just over 2 minutes of this left. This is going to be a long 2 minutes. It's normally a long 2 minutes for the drivers when you're up there on the rostrum, but I think this is a long 2 minutes for us. But Andy doing what he can do, and it's all he can do. He's driving around, absolutely no pressure on him. It's not like he's got the whole focus of the world watching him or anything like that. You can hear the airline in the background as well as racers cleaning off their cars. Cars that have been slightly grassy moments. The track is perfectly dry, but surrounding grass is a little bit damp, a little bit wet. Put any tyres on that and you're not going to have a particularly nice clean-up job afterwards. Just over 1 minute left now for Andy Frattaroli.
1 minute to drive.
Bit of a mistake under pressure there as he runs across the curb.
Seconds to drive.
Into the final 20 seconds now. I think this is probably going to be the last. Yeah, it will be the last lap. So 10-car main coming up next. Andy Frattaroli takes that leg win.
Okay, Andy, first victory, the main.
Well done, Andy. A hard-fought battle against
Indeed.
attrition.
Yes, he kept it moving. So he had 12 laps to himself. And he didn't do the fastest lap of the final. Believe it or not, Michael Hauptley had a 10th faster. So despite having the opportunity for some time attacks. But, here we go, set for the A main. So who have we got? We've got Andreas Stiebler, we've got Michael Lipperheider, Gergo Valent, David Erbar, Chris Grenz, Rainier Haller, Michael Friebel, Michael Merkel, Aidan Gale and Darren Gale taking to the grid. So Andreas Stiebler winning 4 of the 5 qualifying rounds. Michael Lipperheider taking the other one in damp conditions yesterday morning. In fact, it was still wet for these guys yesterday morning. A bit early, some of the drivers still yawning on the driver's rostrum. Everybody set, everybody comfortable. Everybody where they want to be.
Who have we got on the stream chatting away? Scott Hine, hello from Hertfordshire. A big hello from the Indoor Raceway Stevenage. Talking about the front wheel drive final. Fantastic battle, great defence from Soren. Yeah,
it was. It
coming in.
Was a really good drive from Soren, really good defensive drive from him. He kind of probably recognised he didn't have the pace of Adam, but familiar with Adam, knows that Adam is a fair driver, a fair racer. Andreas Stiebler going to lead away from Michael Lipperheider then. Just waiting for the countdown. Everybody formed up on the grid.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Andreas Stiebler gets the power down, gets away nicely. Andreas looks like he's had a little bit of an advantage already. A change for second. Gergo Valent straight up into second position. That is the white car. Andreas Stiebler, look, Gergo Valent out onto the main straight and crashes on lap number 1. So that's now David Erbar, it looks like. And in P2 with the white, blue and black coloured car. So it's David Erbar and Michael Lipperheider behind him. Is that Gergo Valent? It is Gergo Valent. So he's got himself back up and running after his sort of cartwheel across the grass. He landed back on his wheels as he came onto the main straight. Gergo Valent trying to give chase now to David Erbar. David Erbar, the white, blue and black coloured car. We've got in third position Gergo Valent with the white coloured car. They are that in front of them. That is traffic that they are about to lap. That's the number 8 car of Michael Mirka that they have passed. And they're coming up on Darren Gale next. Past him. In fact, they've now got Aiden in front of them. So Gergo now into second position, trying to chase down Andreas Stiebler. Andreas' lead is pretty huge, though. It's already up at somewhere in the region of 5 seconds. So pretty massive lead. Just give you an idea. Andreas is just coming past us in the timing hut now. So we're waiting all the way through and across the line past the timing hut. Now comes Gergo Valent. That's the scale of the lead. It's somewhere in around the 5 second mark. So almost a third of a lap. Pretty huge lead for Andreas. Gergo has got himself, just having a look, about 6/10 over David Erbar. So David is just in the back of shot. At the minute, this is the closest battle going on for second and third. Seems to be a bit of a habit at the moment. The leader absolutely checking out. We will catch them before the end of the run and put a bit of focus on them. But at the moment, this is the closest battle that's going on track at the minute. Small mistake there for Gergo. Allows David to close right in on the back of him again. David now charging pretty hard, trying to reclaim that second place. Michael Lipperheider falling away from this battle a little bit. But the battle for second still going on. Gergo managing to get the car hooked up and moving forwards again after, I believe, he just put a tyre on the grass and just had to, it was just through here, had to hold off very slightly before picking up the throttle. Traffic being very, very nice, getting out of the way. Andreas now is leading this one by 7.6 seconds with 1.5 minutes to go. Give you an idea, the fastest lap time from Andreas is a 15.4. Next quickest driver is Gergo with a 16.1. So we've got a pretty big advantage in his pocket for Andreas Stiebler at the moment from Gergo Valent. We're watching Gergo Valent in second position and David Erbar in third. We're focused on David's car at the moment. Let's, with 1 minute to go, let's see if we can find the leader. He is just coming past the timing hut now, so he's the third of the cars on the main straight. Just gone inside. He's the green-coloured car. There we go. So let's run with Andreas. It is only fair that we give him some screen time with a pretty dominant performance. Have a feeling we may be having a chat with him later as the winner of the European Cup here.
40 seconds to go. Already looking strong on the 5.
Andreas, like we say, looking the class of the field. Michael Lipperheider, good in the wet yesterday morning, but Andreas has had a little bit extra in his pocket in dry conditions all weekend, lapping around half a second a lap quicker. Even the most recent lap time is better than everybody else's fastest lap, so just looks comfortable at one with the car. This is his final lap now as he comes around and crosses the line. So Andreas Stiebler has taken that leg. Just waiting, it'll be like 7 odd seconds before Gergo crosses the line. David Erbar has actually fallen down to 4th position, so Michael Lipperheider has got him. So it's going to be, I would think, Andreas quite comfortable out in front on this one. But it's a good battle between Gergo Valent, Michael Lipperheider and David Erbar for the remaining podium positions, I think, coming up later on in the day. Win, though, for Andreas Stiebler. Like we said, by some 7 odd seconds, and pretty crushing dominance over the rest of the field. Could probably lap them if he really set his mind to it. That is the Spec class done and out of the way. We are moving next into the... Sorry, that was the Formula class. Yeah, we're into the Spec class. Coming next.
Question on the front-wheel drive class. Are they spool or diff? Front diff.
Front-wheel drive. They are.
Yeah.
They're diffs, but they are quite thick compared to what you'd run in a normal touring car. So typically you're somewhere in the 100k to 500k range. Some drivers we know go up as far as a million. Or thicker, so there's a tiny bit of give in them, but they're not a traditional diff in that sense. Okay. They don't move completely freely. There's just a little bit of movement between them when you run something that heavy.
Just a little bit of confusion as well with the timing. It's not. The timing isn't actually clarifying which final this is. Obviously, it's the Spec, but it's just saying main final. So this is the...
Spec, now this is the E final that is coming up.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the E final that's coming up now. So on there. So yeah, we have E final through to the A final. So okay, we can keep you informed on what's coming up on there. Yes, that looks like we're still stuck in rallycross mode. Dominic Schmid, though, will be on pole from Jaroslav Kritz, Daniel Bergener, Mark De Witt, Zerko Selman, Peter Knudsen, Philip Lischka, Andrew Walters, Cindric Demir, and we haven't seen Laszlo Kiss or Ban, although he's on the grid. So missing the pole man, Dominic Schmid, not taking the start of this one. And all kinds of carnage, chaos at the start. Let's see which car comes through in the lead. I believe it's going to be car number 4 of Mark de Witt, the whitey, goldy coloured car that looks like he hasn't flushed his airbrush through properly after spraying gold. It's a bit of a strange colour, but out in front now we've got the 7 car of Philip Lischka, and that's the white car and the white and pink car doing battle. So it's the 7 car and the 2 car, Philip Lischka and Jaroslav Kritz down the main straight. This is the battle for the lead going on. Kritz, the white and pink coloured car, Lischka, the white coloured car, coming together between them there. So Lischka made a little bit of a mistake, bobbled over the curb, and Kritz collected him, did the sporting thing and stopped and waited. So battle is resumed, and a mistake there for Lischka allows Kritz into the front of the field. Lischka dropping down behind the 11 car of Fanili, Vittoria Fanili. So because this is the bottom final rather than having to run an additional final, dropped a couple of extra cars in here. So Vittoria Fanili, this will be an interesting one if she manages to come through and win this, or get involved at the front, because technically she's not in this final. Some of the other drivers might feel a little bit hard done by this if they get their results bumped by someone who's not there. Always a difficult one. Always a difficult one to work out. Of course, the drivers deserve the track time, but it's potentially affecting the results. And Jaroslav, we have got 2 Jaroslav Kritzes. We've got Jaroslav Kritz leading, and we've got Jaroslav Kritz Senior in 3rd position at the moment with the 12 car as well. So this is the 11 car of Vittoria Fanili that we are running with currently. Leader is Jaroslav Kritz, presumably Jaroslav Kritz Jr., although we'll come to it later, but making an assumption on surnames got me into a bit of trouble yesterday, so we'll cover that and correct ourselves later on. But presuming Jaroslav Kritz Jr. and Senior are related in some way, let's see what the lead gap is at the moment. It's about 6 seconds. There's not any particularly close battles going on out on circuit, so let's see if we can find the number 2 car again of our leader. It's the white and pink car on the main straight through the banking. Not that white, not that pink car. It's just under the driver's rostrum. There we go. Got them on shot now. Minute and a half left for Jaroslav Kritz. 6 second lead. Be happy with that. Dominic Schmid didn't take the start of this one. You can see 4 drivers not completing a 4 drivers not completing a lap. They're showing a 0. Yeah. I'm just wondering why they're showing some kind of times. Oh, they crossed the line but had an accident. Right, okay, they never completed lap number 1 and made it through. So that's why they're up there. So it's car 2 who we're running with from car 11 from car 12. It's a bit of a strange situation seeing an 11 and 12 in there, and have to see quite how that one works out in terms of how it shows up in overall results. 30 seconds left. Jaroslav Kritz doing everything he needs to. Out in front, 8.5 seconds now. Looking at fastest laps, Jaroslav quite comfortably faster, about half a second faster. than Vittoria Fanili on her best lap. So time has expired as he crosses the line. So Jaroslav Kritz takes the leg win.
Juan Luis Roman Barroso, thanks for the live. Regards from Spain. Well, thanks for watching, and most of all, thanks for commenting. Oscar Ariza just simply says go with some checkered flags. Very appropriate. And lots of other discussion going on. It's finals day. It's the EFRA 1/10th Electric Track European Championships finals day. We're crowning 3 champions and 1 cup holder, all thanks to Monaco RC. We're RC Racing TV, and we'd like to thank Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Lens Bodies and X-Ray. We're into the D final.
This will be the D final, yes, Matt. So we have Niklas Storm, Roberto Fabiano, Michael Zerold, Boris Siladi, Flavio Paladin, Victor Litvinenko, Corentin de Kret, Sinan Kaptan, Patrick Kolliker and Darko Meister. The Dark Meister last on the grid. But Niklas Storm will be looking to head away 1 minute until the start. Drivers doing their pre-race rituals, shaking themselves down, adjusting glasses, wiping hands. It's quite funny observing. Every driver's got their quirk, every driver's got their foibles, last-minute adjustments. You're up there concentrating for 5 minutes. You just want to get yourself happy, get yourself comfortable. Niklas Storm then with the predominantly white with red sills on his car.
7, 6, 5, 4.
They launch off the line, and a bit of a slow start from Fabiano in second. So Michael Zerold has jumped him from third into second. Car number 1 leads through on lap number 1. That's pretty clean for an opening lap as well. So bodes well for later on. Niklas Storm trying to check out at the front of this. Gap already 1.111 seconds. Probably couldn't do that again if he tried. But this battle for third position at the moment between the blue car of Roberto Fabiano and the... it's a small mistake from him. The car of Flavio Paladin, which is the white and orange coloured car. He's on the main straight now. So in third position is Flavio Paladin. He's being chased by Victor Litvinenko. Litvinenko pops the car on the grass and in the back of shot. That promotes Corentin de Kret up into fourth position. Niklas Storm going away at the front. 2.6 seconds ahead now. This is the closest battle on track. So the white car in the front of the shot is Michael Zerold. The white and orange coloured car is Flavio Paladin. 0.3 of a second between them last time round. Let's see as they cross the line. There's a lot of curb there from Paladin. Gets the gap held at 0.3 of a second. Looks like he's a little bit closer this time round. Stays the same, exactly the same. It was pretty much an identical lap time between them. Just crept up now. It's getting on towards half a second, that gap. 2.9 seconds in the lead is Niklas Storm. He's just come past the timing hut now. He's going away quite comfortably. This is the battle for second position that we're focusing on. Michael Zerold versus Flavio Paladin. Zerold just in the front of the shot. Paladin in the rear of the shot with the white and orange coloured car. Zerold, the mainly white coloured car, as they come out onto the main straight once more. Gap down to 0.4 of a second. It's ebbing and flowing. Looks like Paladin over a single lap can just creep up, but then he's getting there. He's getting a little bit excited, making a small mistake. He's trying to pass too quickly and just fading away back down the field. Gap fairly constant at 0.4 of a second. Niklas Storm's lead up to 3.3 seconds now. Because if Michael Zerold has to start getting defensive over Flavio Paladin, it's going to slow him down very slightly. It's going to let Niklas Storm get further and further away. So we're just keeping an eye on where Niklas Storm is, but he is pretty comfortable. He's heading off down the main straight now. Still sticking with this battle for second position. We've got just over 1 minute 15 to go between Zerold and Paladin. Been a good battle all race. It's never really exploded into life. It's just been this sort of constant game of Flavio Paladin edging towards the car of Michael Zerold, not really being close enough to attempt to make a move. It's closer now than he's been for quite a few laps, though, with 50 seconds remaining. 5-0. Michael Zerold looks like he's just maintaining that gap. That was a little bit of a snap as he came onto the straight. Cost him a bit of momentum. Again, it's closer. 30 seconds left to go. Niklas Storm 3.7 seconds away in front. So Niklas Storm is, barring any absolute disasters, is going to take this one. He's got no traffic in front of him. You just saw there firing out the front of shot was Niklas Storm. So they're through onto what will be their last laps now. Flavio Paladin not really close enough. Michael Zerold has resisted the pressure all the way through. Niklas Storm has crossed the line to take the leg win. And Michael Zerold holds on for second position, despite being chased quite hard by Flavio Paladin. He manages to hold on and take that second position. Good battle to watch. You can see hot lap there, Niklas Storm 14.166 against looks like a 14.4 for everybody else. So quite a bit of pace advantage in his pocket.
Hello to Scott Kilford. He says hi from Australia. So to you we say good day, mate. Keep your comments coming in. We are on finals day. And this is the Spec class as the new set of drivers take their place on the driver's stand for the C final.
Yes, we have the C final coming up next. So we have Alex Kunkler, Simon Horak, Mark Valent, Jasmine Donath. Yeah, that was my mistake yesterday. Inadvertently credited her as Christian Donath's daughter. They're no relation to one another, apparently.
Oh, really?
So yes. So I inadvertently caused a diplomatic incident between Christian and his wife, possibly. But, yes, there's no. There's no relation. So apologies to Jasmine, apologies to Christian. that they just happen to have the same surname, which is a little bit odd. But there we go. David Erbar lines up in 5th position. Riccardo Fanili, Adrian Violet, Valentino Malighetti, Franny van Skorich, and Kevin Schmid will start in 10th position. We now actually have the C final identified as well.
Yeah, that updated. Thankfully, that was, yes, updated during the D final. So, yeah.
Excellent.
Everyone knows where we're at.
Excellent. Alex Kunkler then, the exceptionally tall driver, set to lead away with another minty green car.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Gets a good jump off of the line. Simon Horak follows through in second. Mark Valent in 3rd position. So, Alex Kunkler, relatively comfortable. Front two have already made a little bit of a break for it. So going away quite nicely. Closest battle at the moment is between Mark Valent and Adrian Violet. That is for 3rd and 4th position. We're running with it at the moment. So there's another minty green car, and there's a mistake from Mark Valent, which lets Adrian Violet through. So the pink car in middle of the focus is Mark Valent. He started out in 3rd position, made a small mistake and dropped into 4th. David Erbar giving chase to him. Just keeping an eye on the front two. They're like 0.8 of a second apart. So let's pick up the car on the main straight, the minty green car being followed by the red car, because that looks like it's possibly going to develop. It's like 0.9 of a second. But Alex Kunkler and Simon Horak battle for the lead going on. Kunkler's actually dropped the hammer now and started to escape. So closest battle then is one group back from this between Violet, Valent and Erbar. Let's pick those up, these two cars. So we have a second minty green coloured car. Seems to be a good method for success. Paint your car a minty green colour, though actually on as it appears past us, it's got a sort of metallic fleck to it. The one behind it is definitely canary red, otherwise known as candy floss pink, but just makes a small mistake coming out onto the straight. Got on the power a little bit too early, waiting for a marshal to recover him. That's Mark Valent, and launches the car. Just put a tyre on the grass, and it just drags you in. It's so easy. It just like sucks you into the infield and pops it up. You know, backflips, ends up on his roof, requires marshalling. So now everybody pretty evenly spaced out. There's like a 3-second gap behind this car of Adrian Violet. We'll stay with him a little bit because he's 1 second behind Simon Horak in 2nd position. That's Simon Horak just in front of us. That's the kind of closest battle going on at the moment. Alex Kunkler 1.5 seconds in front of that. So this potentially the closest battle on circuit at the moment. We'll stick with this for a little bit and see what they can do. It's now 1.3 seconds. So kind of equidistant between the top 3 cars of Kunkler, Horak and Violet now. Pretty evenly spaced. Again, the first leg of the finals, so you can't win anything by winning this leg, but it's nice to have a good round score to put in your pocket. You don't want to be left needing 2 results from 2 finals if you can avoid it. It's been done before, but it puts a lot of extra pressure on the driver. Adrian Violette we're running with at the moment. He's now 2 seconds back. So let's go back to Kunkler and Horak there, one set of cars forward. Kunkler's just come past onto the main straight now, the green car, followed by the red car that we've just seen go through. There we go, that is Alex Kunkler with 50 seconds to go. Just watch him as he heads off down the main straight, followed by Simon Horak, who you'll just catch him in the back of shot, the red coloured car. It's like 1.2 seconds, so pretty comfortable with 30 seconds to go. Simon Horak looks like he is charging. He's got the gap down a little bit, but it's half a tenth here, it's half a tenth there. It's not enough to close that off. Alex Kunkler just needs to keep his head. Doesn't matter if Simon Horak gets closer. He's got it under a second now, but we are I think they're not going to make the extra lap, so this is the race for the line as they come across. Time has expired as they cross the line, so Alex Kunkler takes that from Simon Horak. It's pretty close in the end. It was it wasn't that close. It was 1.2 seconds. So there we go. You can see up there on the rostrum Alex Kunkler there on the far left-hand side of the rostrum. Like we said, that's going to look really weird if he gets on the middle step of the podium compared to everybody else. You're going to need the camera in landscape, I think, to manage to capture everybody.
In portrait.
get him in portrait to capture everybody in that, yes.
Hello to Oliver Weirder, one of our RCTV heroes. Great to have you watching with us today. Yes, it'd be lovely to add some more RCTV heroes today. If you want to become an RCTV hero, just go to our YouTube channel and hit join. And when you join, we'll send you a sticker pack to your house. We'll deliver a sticker pack to your house. Nick Damon will hand deliver. No, he won't. But we'll send you a sticker pack to your house. And lots of other perks that are available through YouTube, like we'll follow the cars you ask us to. Not during finals, so it's too late for that, but during qualifying and practice. So yeah, if you would like to support what we do, let's grow the sport of RC racing by giving it the coverage it deserves, then please show your support and become an RCTV hero by joining this channel. That would be amazing. Gilwan W says hello to everyone and salut les Frenchies. Lots of French watching, so bonjour to all of you. I've noticed over the last few days we've had lots of French viewers, which we're very pleased to have. A couple of French drivers right there.
We do, yes. Have yes, a few French drivers out. So we have Benjamin Elbisser on pole, worst place, BQ. Yeah. It's not a nice place to be. Lucas Ellerbrook, we have Jeremy Delalondre, Enzo Rousselon, Orlando Finili, Enrico Jung, Soren Sparbeer, Frederick Hovgaard, Maxim Ripoll, and Stefan Schultz. Just lining up on the grid. See, heavily angled over there from Benjamin Elbisser. He definitely wants to cover off the inside. Good launch off the line, nice and clean from everybody, really high. Oh, there's kind of some carnage going on in the background, but let's pick up this battle at the front between Elbisser and Ellerbrook as they come out onto the main straight, and I think that is just about hanging on to it is Benjamin Elbisser from Lucas Ellerbrook. Just over a tenth of a second on the first lap round. Ellerbrook looking like he potentially has a quicker car change for the lead. So ran high, did Elbisser. And he's really struggling there. And Soren Sparbeer, great start from Soren Sparbeer, although gets a little bit sideways. Stefan Schultz now up to third from P10. So stonking start there from Stefan Schultz. Managed to cut through that first corner carnage. Sometimes the way being at the back of the grid can really help you. Stefan Schultz, the sort of leader of those cars, out of shot. Car that we're focusing on at the moment looks like it is the car of they're very similar coloured cars, so I'm just trying to pick up which one we have. That is Soren Sparbeer in shot with Jeremy Delalondre just behind him. So this the battle for 4th and 5th position. Currently the closest battle going on track. Ellerbrook's lead now 1.6 seconds. Stefan Schultz has caught Benjamin Elbisser. Let's move forward one group of cars on the main straight. So let's pick up that red car, followed by the it's the red car, followed by the white and blue car. 6/10 now, so Benjamin Elbisser gets his head back into gear. Starts pulling away. Let's see if he can start chasing down Ellerbrook. Gap is stretching. You can see Lucas Ellerbrook out the front of shot. 1.7 seconds. So Lucas Ellerbrook has edged away slightly. Stefan Schultz still within 0.6 of a second of Benjamin Elbisser. In fact, if we move the focus back now one group of cars, just hold it there and pick up these next two cars coming through. They are the battle... commentators cursed just as we pick them up. That was Jeremy Delalondre trying to pass Soren Sparbeer and putting it on its roof. So that really didn't work very well at all for him. Lucas Ellerbrook still leading this one. 2 seconds now. There's now not really any close battles going on out on the track. Let's pick up Lucas Ellerbrook, the leader. He is the number 2 car. Let's just see if we can spot him. He is the, I believe, red coloured car. No, he's not. That's the 1 car. Just trying to grab the number 2 car now. He is, yeah, I think we've got him already. The white and, there we go. That is our lead car. No. Ash being a little bit faster than me on picking up where the car numbers sit. This is our leader then as we're into the final minute. Enrico Jung kind of getting fairly close to Soren Sparbeer, just keeping a bit of an eye on that. That looks fairly constant. I don't think there's going to be any particular change there. We've got penultimate lap now. We're on for Lucas Ellerbrook. So Lucas Ellerbrook makes it through on to the extra lap. I think Benjamin Elbisser will also make it, so Lucas still needs to finish this lap. But he's good, he's comfortable. Soren Sparbeer did hang on from Enrico Jung in 3rd position. So, win there for Lucas Ellerbrook from Benjamin Elbisser. Soren Sparbeer in 3rd position. A-Main coming next. So first A final for the Spec class. Drivers getting their places on the rostrum. Bit of a good luck fist bumps going on there between Simon Lauter, Christian Donath and Max Mackler.
Automatics gang.
Yeah.
Alexander Wild, thanks for watching and commenting. Gregor KRC, go Kunky, go. Wild says, yesterday at the track in Türkheim, today on Racing TV. Oh, right, so you visited there yesterday and today you're watching from home. Well, happy to be of service.
I think you'd rather watch finals than qualifying. There you go. Simon Lauter then will lead away from Jan Ratajski. So we had Simon in the end relatively comfortable, made to work for it a little bit by Jan. Jan took the fastest time in round number 4 yesterday. So Simon had won all 3 rounds so far, and has looked sort of all weekend just a little bit, not faster over a lap, but just a little bit more consistent. And Jan took new tyres for round number 4 yesterday. Took round 4, set a new fastest time. So potentially, if he'd have won the last round of qualifying, Simon would have been in trouble. But Simon Lauter lining up on pole position from Jan Ratajski and Max Mackler.
5, 4.
Good start from Simon. Exactly what he needs. Everybody holding their position. Front 2 expecting to see them edge away a little bit. Simon's advantages tended to come more towards the end of the run. Other guys have been able to run with him towards the start, and then Simon's just ground them down with consistency. Kind of looks like the front 2 have made a little bit of a break for it. We've got fairly close battle going on for 3rd position as well. We can just see in the back of shot there, that's Max Mackler and Adam Isay behind him. Max running the traditional white and orange coloured body shell. Adam Isay running his usual light blue coloured, sky blue coloured. Simon Lauter 0.6 of a second up in front. So we'll stick with this for a little bit. We'll just keep an eye on the lead battle. Okay, I think we need to pick up the lead battle now as it's just coming out towards the main straight. So let's just grab that. And Jan Ratajski's made a mistake and dropped back behind Max Mackler just as we picked that up. So that was commentator's curse again. So this is the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Max can do Simon Lauter, his teammate, a pretty big favour here. If he drives a nice wide car, of course it gives him a good position himself as well. But if he can just keep Jan Ratajski behind him, then it's going to give a nice advantage. It's 2.3 seconds now, Simon's lead. And Adam Isay starting to put some sort of pressure, and now on Jan. Adam has a look down the inside. Jan tries to cut back on the inside of Max. Doesn't quite come off as they blast down the main straight once more. So it's a really good battle between them. Ollie Boltink is about to get involved as well. So you've got plenty of inter-team battles going on out there. Lead gap is like 3 seconds for Simon Lauter. Max driving really, really defensive here. Holding on to 2nd position from Jan Ratajski and Adam Isay. Max running the white and orange coloured car. Jan Ratajski, the predominantly white and black coloured car, has a look down the inside. That opens the door for Adam Isay, who has a look around the outside. Coming out onto the main straight. Isay is through. Is that Isay through on Jan? Yes, it is. So great move there. Opportunistic from Adam Isay, who then overcooks it off the end of the main straight. Jan Ratajski back through again. But that has let Max Mackler escape very slightly out in front. 3.6 seconds now, Simon Lauter's lead. We'll stick with this. This is now the battle for third position between Adam Isay and Jan Ratajski. We have a lurking Ollie Baltink just in the back of shot as well. Ollie, the defending champion from the Huddy Arena last year. Adam Isay still trying to find his way past Jan Ratajski. Jan now edging back in on Max Mackler. 1 minute 40 left. Simon Lauter's lead. Some 4 seconds. He's just come past the timing hut now, as this battle for second, third and fourth comes back past the timing hut. We've got Jan winding the pressure onto Max again. These two very familiar with each other. Raced each other incredibly often. Max driving super defensive. 1.5 minutes left. Simon Lauter has checked out at the front of this one, so let's stick with this battle. Adam Isay is getting back involved in this battle again. Jan has a bit of a run, has a bit of contact. That lets Adam Isay through into second. Max turns away to avoid impact. So Adam Isay up into second position. Max down into third position, and Jan has got a run on him down the straight, has he? No, slightly wide there from Max. A little bit of a wobble from Max, drops him down into fourth position. Let's pick up Simon Lauter now that the front have separated. Simon Lauter is, where is he? He is just about to come round. He's past race control now, so he's the second of the two cars on the main straight. There we go, that is Simon Lauter, our leader. We have got, we'll keep an eye on the other battles going on, but they look pretty well resolved at the moment. Simon Lauter has started what will be his last lap. Simon Lauter looking to win the first leg here at Türkheim. As he comes through and crosses the line, he has won the first leg. Just keeping an eye on the battle for second position. And Adam Isay takes that one from Jan Ratajski with Max Mackler in fourth position. So part of the job done. Part of the job done then for Simon Lauter. Taking leg number one from Adam Isay and Jan Ratajski. You can see Jan and Simon pretty much identical on a fastest lap. Worked out perfectly for Simon there. He got away at the front, and everybody started fighting behind him.
Terry Norman says, evening from Australia, gents. Great to have you watching all the way over in Australia. Fantastic that you're with us and commenting on the stream. Gregor KRC says, this is RC fighting. That was fantastic, wasn't it? I mean, it was very close, but it was very clean.
It was very close and very clean, yeah. There was a slight bit of sort of door handle to door handle contact between between Max and Jan, and I think that sort of allowed Adam to jump up into second position. Looks like Jan's got a quick enough car, but it's just looking like it's a bit harder to drive than Simon Lauter's. Those two we've seen have got a tenth or two in their pocket over the rest of the field. That they can use, but it's just Simon's just looked a little bit more comfortable accessing that, and of course in finals that's really good. It just helps you pull away, and you know, we saw it there. Jan made a small mistake, dropped back in the field, and that allowed Simon just to check out by a couple of seconds out in front and do exactly what he needed to do. So he'll be hoping for more of the same in leg number 2. Which will be coming up later. We're into the modified class now, though. So into the C main for modified. Benjamin Jabira, Florian Wilhelm, Thomas Sova, Dai Sakaguchi, Marek Sova, Thomas Veltzig, Chris Briggs, and Jacob Zabrowski. Will be the 8 drivers. In fact, we haven't seen Veltzig check in. Does look like there's a gap on the grid. Benjamin Jabira has to get out of the throttle. The car had a bit of a wobble on the line. That's an interesting choice of lines through the first turn for some of the cars back. But 1, 2 and 3, I believe, have made it through. Okay, Dai Sakaguchi up in to second position from fourth on the grid. A good start from him. Dai running the sort of orangey red coloured car. We're running in still Dai Sakaguchi and Ben Jabira out in front of this one. Dai trying to find his way through and forces a small mistake from Ben. And spin there. So Dai Sakaguchi now comfortably out in front. 1.6 seconds. There's not really any close battles going on out there on track. Just seeing if we can spot any close battles going on that we can have a bit of a look at. They're kind of separating out from each other. So let's stick with Dai. I think, in fact, he's closing up on a... Well, he just closed in on a battle that just collected each other and took each other out. Managed to navigate that quite comfortably. But front two got a massive gap of like 9 seconds. So there's a second between the front two. And then Florian Wilhelm is 8 seconds further back. So huge gap that he's got there. So pretty good for Dai Sakaguchi. You can just see Benjamin Jabira entering the back of the shot. Lapping the car of Thomas Sova. So car that he started 1 position behind on the grid. Dai Sakaguchi looking like he is really in control of this one. Benjamin Jabira is sat about 2 seconds back. We'll just see him entering the rear of shot. He's the second of those 2 cars, just behind in the back of shot. Let's stick with Dai. Believe it or not, this between first and second is still the closest battle on track. Behind this, we've got Thomas Sova, who is 14 seconds back. But Dai Sakaguchi having lapped up to 3rd position. And I think Benjamin Sova will be not a million miles away from doing the same. In fact, yeah, Ben Jabira has now lapped 2nd position. 3rd position even. So front two are a lap up on the rest of the field. And then we've got gaps of like 7 seconds, 9 seconds, 7 seconds. So pretty big gaps all the way through. Quite a bit of field spread throughout this final. Dai Sakaguchi we're running with at the moment into the final minute. He is 2.5 seconds now in front.
Leading the race since lap number 2. 35 seconds. Couple of more laps for all of you guys. In second for Benjamin Jabira, Thomas Sova in 3rd, with distance 4, Jakub in 5, Marek in 6th.
Still just over 2 seconds Dai Sakaguchi's lead.
Last couple of seconds on the race clock. Keep racing, guys. Time is expired. Finish lap you're on.
Time has expired now. Dai Sakaguchi has taken that one. And like we said, by just over 2 seconds from Benjamin Jabira. So pretty comfortable there in the end for Dai. Got a good launch from 4th. Popped out in 2nd on lap number 1. Small mistake from Benjamin Jabira. Saw Dai take the lead and then just continue driving away into the distance. You can see fastest laps. They're pretty rapid. The front two. Florian Wilhelm unfortunately dropping out. He looking like he's got some pretty good pace in his car as well. Just seeing Zach up there on screen getting some photos. Remember to check the EFRA photo album later on in the day. Be able to...
He's done some nice ones. Some fantastic dog photos.
Yes, absolutely. So.
But yeah, indeed, please go and follow EFRA.ws on social media so you can get all the updates and get notified when European Championship events go live. And we also promote, EFRA also promotes Federation National Championships when their streams go live. It's good to, can be great to watch a national final from another country, see how some of the top drivers are getting on. BJ Williams, good morning from North Carolina, USA. Trina29, greetings from Portugal, and then follows that with, unsurprisingly, Vi Bruno. We're all going to be watching how Bruno gets on. And with regards to Michael Olowski, we've had some pronunciation instructions from Poland.
Is it Orlowski?
And that is,
or?
Yeah, Michał Orlowski. That's what
Michał Orlowski. Okay.
Yeah, we'll do our best.
we'll try our best. If it gets exciting, that might go out the window, but we will try our best to get that.
Alright, first B main, modified.
First B main, penultimate final of the first round of finals.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Alright, here we go.
Good start from Antoine Brunet, from Alessio Menicucci.
First couple of corners, first lap.
I think we've got Remy Callens has popped out into second position. He has. Remy Callens running in second, the white and fluoro yellow coloured body shell. Antoine Brunet had, he pulled over a second on the first lap. Antoine Brunet, BQ, out to prove that he had the pace to make the A final. That's a coulda, woulda, shoulda position. Remy Callens now has pegged to the gap, starts trying to head back towards him. Let's just stick with Remy a little bit. Christopher Krapp's nightmare weekend continues as he drops down to 8th position. He's just not had a good weekend, not really come together at all for Chrissy. Really struggled all weekend just to get on the pace. He'd be one of the people you'd expect to be, if not on the podium, in the contention for top 5. So just not really worked out for him, and always looked a little bit behind the 8 ball all weekend. Antoine Brunet now going out at the front, 2.2 seconds. Out in front of this man we're running with, Remy Callens. That's one of the closest battles out on track. I'm just seeing if there's anything any closer. There is, just going through the bank sweeper at the moment, the orange car followed by the white and orange car. Let's just pick up those two. So that is Michele Manzo being followed by Christopher Krapp. Let's just watch this for a little bit, because this is the closest thing that's going on. Lead is like 3.3 seconds for Antoine Brunet, so we'll get to him in a little bit. But we'll watch Christopher Krapp try and negotiate his way past Michele Manzo, and it's actually relatively easy as Michele runs quite high up the banking, opens the door, and Chrissy just slides through on the inside, slips it in there, manages to get the car slowed down, turned in, and just disappears away out in front. So Chrissy, having been in 8th a moment ago, is now he's got himself up into 5th position. So he is... well, he's dropped back again now. Just waiting for the updates as they cross the line. So that's lapped traffic, I think. That's Yuri Weisin and Michele Manzo that are battling quite closely. Let's check in back with second place, third and second, Callens and Minicucci. They are just coming out onto the main straight now. 3 and 2. There's there we go. That in the front of the shot there. That is Remy Callens with the white front, fluoro yellow rear, and Alessio Minicucci in third position. Antoine Brunet, I feel a little bit sorry for him, but he's like 4.6 seconds down the road. He won't be feeling sorry for himself. He'll be very happy with that, but not really wanting to follow it. This is the battle for second and third, and that's some interesting shapes from Minicucci's car. Remy Callens defending with all of his might. Antoine Brunet has absolutely gone, so let's stick with this. Antoine Brunet past the timing hut already, down towards the end of the main straight now. This the battle for second place, and Remy Callens seems to have ebbed the flow, though it's coming back. Minicucci just taking a little pause, ready for a charge. I think they're on to what will be their last lap. So Minicucci trying to find his way past Remy Callens. Antoine Brunet has made it onto an extra lap. These guys haven't, so they have finished. Antoine Brunet still to go. Antoine Brunet has already won this leg as he comes around and crosses the line. The only driver to make the extra lap. Always a good feeling, making that extra lap. Remy Callens then just hanging on to second position from Alessio Minicucci. So they filter off the rostrum. And the A finalists, familiar names: Bruno Coelho, Ronald Volker, Michael Orlovsky, Eric Dankel, Mark Reinhard, Alex Hagberg, Marco Kaufmann, Robert Peach, Tim Wahl, and Oliver Havranek will be our A main drivers. Coming up next, just getting on the rostrum. There we go. Alex Hagberg just loosening himself off, shake himself off, get himself comfortable. Mark Reinhard takes his position. Michael Orlovsky doing everything right in the warm-up. Catching, passing Bruno, and then pulling off on the last lap, so he didn't win the practice final. What a pro.
Mark Reinhardt engaged in some transmitter chat there on the far left of the...
Yeah, he's extolling the virtues, I think, of his latest sponsor, I believe.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Cars released out onto circuit.
Alright, first A-Main modified European Championship, driver 34, that is ready.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Bruno leads away from Ronald.
Modified.
Orlovsky trying to find his way through. He knows in the warm-up final he had the pace. He needs to get past Ronald first, though. Ronald running in second position. Michal running in third position at the moment as they filter down through the main straight, through the bank curving. Bruno just got a little gap out in front. Eric Dankel also trying to get involved in this one. Later on in the run where the sort of pace became a bit evident, Eric started dropping away a little bit on pace later on in the run from these guys, but so far we have got all of the front cars covered by really, really small gaps. Ronald running in second position at the moment is Ronald Volker, 9/10 of a second down on the lead car of Bruno Coelho. You just see him disappearing out the front of the shot. Michal Orlovsky running in third position currently. Started to come through to catch some traffic. I believe that will be Oliver Havranek, who just parks it up out the way. He really doesn't want to get involved in this. This hasn't quite exploded into life yet. We're running with the car of Ronald Volker. We've got sort of, he's the gap between him and Bruno and him and Michal Orlovsky. It's fairly constant. There's Ronald starting to come back now. He's got the gap down to under 8/10. Is that Bruno just managing the gap? Not wanting to take too much out of his tyres. They get fresh tyres for every run, the A finalists, so that it's a straight fight between them. But Ronald, a little bit of a wobble coming out onto the straight. Still at 7/10. Michal Orlovsky a further 8/10 back. So pretty equal gap between these three. Ronald just nibbled that gap down again. It's now just under 7/10. 2 minutes left. Stick with Ronald. Let's keep our focus on him as he heads towards Bruno. If Bruno's managing this, that is superb confidence in his ability. It's like 6/10. Ronald just looks like he can get off that bank corner off the end of the sweeper tighter. Gap's coming down. It's half a tenth. There's a minute and a half left of this. Just keeping an eye on this battle. And the gap's nothing, but it's everything. It's Ronald just trying to close that down again. It's still 6/10 of a second Half a second now. Ronald throwing everything at this, trying to catch up to Bruno. Ronald absolutely charging. He's closer again now. He's got it under half a second. 1 minute to go. We're focusing on the car of Ronald Volker. He's chasing the car of Bruno Coelho. As they come back out onto the main straight once more, two of them open up the throttle, fly down the main straight. Again, it's half a tenth. He's going to arrive on his bumper, but with 40 seconds to go, unless Bruno makes a mistake, I'm not sure he's going to have enough time to do anything about it. 3/10 now. Ronald giving absolutely everything to this. I think we're going to have this lap they're starting and one more. So they're going to make the additional lap from this one. It's 3/10. Ronald's looking, he's got a chance. This is the last lap now that they're on. They're on to their final lap. Ronald has a look down the inside, can't find a gap there, Let's go round the banking. This is going to be a throw it at the line. And Bruno takes the leg win for leg one. That's a superbly managed race there from Bruno Coelho. Ronald Volker, huge credit for just an epic drive up to the rear bumper. Just ran out of time. Mihail Orlovsky in third position. In fact, Eric Dankel only 3/10 off the back of him. Completely missed that, just watching what was going on at the front. Mark Reinhardt, a comparatively lonely race for him, as it was for Alex Hagberg as well. But there we go. That is the first round of finals done. We will be away on a short break. I believe we've got around half an hour before the start of the second leg, so that's a bit of a lunch break for us. Just hearing, possibly as well, that Adam Isay may have lost his time from the A-main in Spec. So we will see what we can find out about that and bring you news of that as well. So just going to get on the case with that one. So we'll be back shortly.
These are 1/10 scale on-road racing cars, built to replicate the fastest four-wheeled on-road vehicles. And in this championship come in both touring car and formula platforms. Underneath the aerodynamic bodies, the chassis feature the same tech seen on most modern hypercars: carbon graphite, titanium, machined aluminium and smart electronics. When it comes to drivetrain, formula cars are rear-wheel drive while the touring cars are all-wheel drive. And to do the driving, racers stand on a raised platform to let them see the full racing circuit, sending signals to their car to precisely manage the steering, throttle and braking to battle for the race win. At just 40 centimetres long, it takes the quickest reaction speeds when battling door to door. Because on large tracks, these cars can reach speeds of over 80 kilometres an hour, requiring nerves of steel and excellent hand-eye coordination. Every track also features tight and twisty sections which provide many opportunities for passing. Everything on the car is completely customizable, from the aerodynamics, tyre compound and pressures, suspension including shock angle, camber and much more, and of course the electronics. Toy cars? These are not. These are highly engineered racing machines, designed to win international championships across the world.
short information for the drivers. We call the set of fire warmers. We call the set of fire warmers. If somebody's missing the fire warmers, please come to the race area to help the person.
we're back.
We are back, yes.
You're watching the EFRA 1/10th Electric Track European Championships coming to you live from Türkheim in Germany. We're brought to you by Monaco RC. We're RC Racing TV. Thanks for watching along. It's been great to have good numbers of you tuning in. And I didn't mean to do that. And yes, we are very, very pleased to be brought to you, and thanks to Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Lens Bodies and X-Ray.
Yep, we're just getting set now for the second leg of the B final, so second leg of finals coming up. There will be sort of short drivers' presentations before all of the A finals as well.
Lots of questions in the chat about Adam Issei. Any update on that situation, James?
So, sorry about that, Matt. What was the was that question about Adam Issei?
Yeah, do we come to it after this final, maybe?
We'll come to it after this final. So, set off. We've got a bit of a small break. So, Oliver Heiser has led away. He took the first leg as well. And let's just see as they cross the line. So a bit of a bad start for Mederer. Drops down the field, does Sebastian. Marcus Buchholz up into second position. Oliver Heiser, though, I believe he did win the first leg as well of the final. So this will secure the overall final for him if he can take the victory here. Oliver Heiser still leading out in front. Just in front of our shot there. We're following the car of Marcus Buchholz. Welcome to you if you are just joining us here for an afternoon of finals. Had the first legs already this morning. Second legs coming up. Got a bit of news to bring you about the Spec A result as well after this, so stay tuned. There's a short driver's presentation for the A finalists as they get called up. Gaps remaining fairly constant. We saw this last time with these front-wheel drive cars. It's really, really difficult to gain any substantial amount of time over any other drivers. Oliver Heiser still leading this one from the car that we are following of Marcus Buchholz. Heiser just leading the way out in front.
Alright, 2 minutes and 30 to go. Oliver Heiser in the lead. Car number 1, now the back straight. Nicely done by Andrew. In second, Martin Cooper, third, Ethan Lauer.
Two minutes left. There's not there is the car of Rito Neuer just in the background, the yellow coloured car. So this is a battle for position that we're watching. It's not they're close together on track, but not looking like a hugely tight battle. That gaps remain fairly constant. floating around the 7/10, 8/10 mark.
1 minute and 20 seconds to go.
Rito Neuer with the yellow car trying to close in on the rear of Markus Buchholz. Oliver Heiser 2 seconds down the road in front.
60 seconds. Long start.
Into the final minute.
7-2 Sebastian. Fourth position number 5. All in pink and right behind is Sebastian in white.
This gap now, so we're into the last sort of 40 seconds. It's around 0.6 of a second.
First to go already Oliver Heiser, car number 1.
Into the final 30 seconds now. Little bit much of the grass there for Rito Neuer. He's got it down to like 5.5 tenths, but he's just not catching close enough. I think Oliver Heiser is going to make it onto the additional lap, and in fact it looks like Markus Buchholz might just do as well. So Markus Buchholz does, so despite there being next to no gap between them, Rito Neuer has actually finished the yellow car. The white car didn't finish and is still on his final lap. So super close there in terms of making the split and not between it. There you go, by like 0.2 of a second. But that was the difference. So Oliver Heiser takes that, and he's won the first leg as well. So has won the overall final on that one. So set now for the drivers' presentation coming up. And we said we'd bring you a little bit of news from the Spec class, and what was third place finisher Adam Isay. He has lost his time from the first leg of the final, promoting Max Mackler into third position. It seems like it was down to a wing, rear wing on the car. It was an unmarked wing, and it was also mounted too high on the car as well, so failed on 2 counts on that one. So lost his time from the first final. Will have the opportunity to put a legal wing on and go again for the second and third legs of the main stock main final.
Now we have the A main front wheel drive.
Well, whilst our drivers are being introduced, it's just time to let you know this is an EFRA event. Go to EFRA.ws, that's the website, EFRA.ws. And also look out for EFRA RC Motorsport Europe across social media. And actually give them a follow, because that's the governing body for this sport across Europe. Many different classes, from large-scale off-road to 1/12 electric on the carpet. Many different classes and so many different people. It's a huge, wide-ranging sport, and if you want to find out more about it, go to EFRA.ws, find your national federation and find your club, find a local club to you, and get involved, because you start racing at a club, maybe you could be one of these guys one day, racing at national, international level, representing your country across the continent of Europe. Thank you to Monaco RC. Monaco RC present this event's live stream, and also thanks to Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Lens Bodies and X-Ray.
So, and you can not only can you race, you may one day you might even be talking about it as well. So,
yeah, the ultimate is that you might be not racing but talking about racing. That's the
yes,
ultimate.
you can't escape it. So, it's many different avenues. Of course, you've got to give a shout out to a lot of the volunteers as well, who are helping to run, put this meeting together and run this meeting. So, DMC run a really good meeting. Always the German Federation. It's good to see, and you've got many racers, established racers, guys like Dominic Greiner. We've seen him in and about and around the pits, just putting something back into the sport as well. So that's really good to see.
You say talking about it, but you represented Great Britain this very year at a EFRA European Championship, did you not?
I did, yes. What represented might be pushing
why
it.
so hesitant?
Represented might be. I drove. Yes, I drove. You tend to get that a lot of home drivers in sort of races, and the normal class that I raced, 1/12 scale. There was a Euros in the UK, so yes, very good opportunity to go and drive, and I think I surprised a few drivers that you normally see out there on the rostrum, and they're like, "Oh, wow, you drive!" It's like, see them up on the rostrum with them. So it's good to see. So
where did you? Is it rude to ask? Where did you end up? What final were you in?
It was the.
Is it okay to ask that?
It was the E final.
Okay.
It was pretty close. I should have made probably the D final. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. But it was a few small mistakes on my part. Didn't put together some clean runs, but it was a stacked field. It was a really strong field. I was out there with Stefan Schultz, who he won this class last year. And sort of fifth on the grid for this, so being in the same final as him, can't really complain at that. So seeing guys that you normally race with or have raced with out here, it's good. It makes it relatable.
Is it a bit off-putting to them when you're on the driver's stand commentating whilst you're driving round?
I try and stay fairly silent. I'm normally berating myself, if I'm honest, and having a bit of a word with, what you're doing. It's normally where I'm found. But what did we have last time in this? We had Daniel Perlman taking the win in the leg. So basically, if Daniel wins this, he has won the European Championship. So I'll keep an eye on sort of how the results are doing. If it's looking like around 4 minutes in, he's going to take this leg, I'll get over there to the rostrum so that I can have a chat with him on it for the end of this one. So you can see Daniel stood there in the middle, wearing the 110% shirt. You can see just got Zach sneaking in the back with a camera. Those photos appearing on EFRA.ws later on. So all set. Daniel Pullman, the minty green car, on pole position, looking to see if he can seal the European title. He makes a good clean start and gets away, leads around the banking. Soren Sparbeer thinks about having a look at it, can't quite make it. Daniel winning first 2 rounds of qualifying on Thursday evening and yesterday, then choosing to sit out the next 2 rounds of qualifying. So really close. Andy Murray's had a better start this time. You can see his fluoro yellow car in the mix as well. But we're just staying with this lead battle. We've got Adam Isay there as well, fending off the attentions of Andy Murray as they come onto the main straight once more. So Adam Isay is that sky blue coloured car. Soren Sparbeer is the white, blue and red coloured car in the front of the shot. We've got Stefan Schultz Just mentioned him as well. He is the white and blue coloured car at the back of that shot. So super, super close racing. Andy Murray trying to find his way past Adam Isay. Opens the door for Stefan Schultz to have a look. So super, super close. Daniel Perlman, meanwhile, just moving away out of, just edging away out of the front of shot. He's got the gap up to 6/10 now. So really, really close battle for second, third and fourth going on. Andy all over the curb trying to find a run on Adam. Looks like Andy's got a really quick car underneath him. Shuts the door on Stefan Schultz as well. Andy really tight line off the end of that sweeper. Tries to get a run on Adam. Doesn't quite work for him again. And then having to go defensive, flowing line. Really, really close racing here in this front-wheel drive class. We've got Adam having a bit of a run, has a bit of a wobble behind Soren Sparbeer. Daniel Perlman, meanwhile, checking out behind Andy Murray. Has to have a bit of a speed wobble to keep out of the way of Adam Isay. It's a super thrilling battle here for second, third, fourth and fifth. Going down the main straight. Really, really mega close battle. Daniel Perlman will be more than happy to see this going on. He's got his gap up to 1.2 seconds now. Andy Murray tries going around the outside of Adam Isay. Doesn't quite work and nearly opens the door for Stefan Schultz. Andy over the curb on the inside now. Is that opened a gap? He's tapped. Andy has tapped Adam Isay, so backs out of it, lets Adam recover. So that is now Soren Sparbeer still in second position, and it will be Stefan Schultz now with a run around the outside. So that's what was 4 cars, now 2, and again, pretty much a repeat. Only difference is Soren Sparbeer lands on his wheels, Stefan Schultz backs out of it. Daniel Perlman will be laughing his socks off at that because the gap will have increased. It's now over 3 seconds, just over 2 minutes to go. I've got a funny feeling I'm going to be having a chat with Daniel Perlman any moment now. We've got just over 2 minutes left. We're sticking with this battle. There's still 4 cars fighting with each other for second, third, fourth position. With apologies to Daniel Perlman, we're not going to run with him because we're going to see how this battle plays out. Daniel is doing everything he needs to. You just saw fading out of the front of that shot, minty green coloured car. I think we've now got Stefan Schultz up into second position. He has taken the position from Soren Sparbeer. So Stefan has managed to make a move forward. That's some traffic getting out of the way. Really close battle, 1 minute 30 seconds going on. A little sideways moment there for Soren Sparbeer. Adam Isay right on him now. Adam tries to have a look down the inside. Andy Murray just hanging back, waiting to pick up the pieces. Doesn't quite come off, does it? As Adam still trying to find his way past 1 minute 10, 1 minute 30 to go, and there's a coming together between them. So that's now Andy Murray up into third position. Let's just watch this, and I am going to go and have a word with Daniel Perlman.
So 47, 46 seconds to go. Should we watch Daniel Perlman across the line? If we can find Daniel Perlman, be with him on track, car number 1. On track, Stefan Schultz in number 2. Andy Murray. The battle's opening up a bit now, but we need to be with the winner as he crosses the line. Is he going to make one more lap? Can he get round? And Perlman does it. We're declaring our first European champion for this event. Daniel Perlman takes the win. And we will have a word with him, all being well, as he exits the driver's stand with James. And there you see, confirmed on your screen, Daniel Perlman was really not hassled. We move into Formula One next. And I think we've got James. Let's see if we can have a word with Daniel Pohlman. We're having issues with the sound there, unfortunately.
Out rounds 3, rounds 4 of qualifying.
Here he comes.
Yes. I saved the tires a little bit, and today I hope for dry weather.
Okay, so you had already 2 0 scores. Knew you could save tyres and have that. So good to see battle going on behind you. It was nice to pull a gap.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so well done. And you're going to run leg 3?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, so he's going to run leg 3 as well. So good to see. So well done, Daniel Pohlman. Let you get out and marshal.
Alright, second B main F1. Drivers ready. Corner marshals ready.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Alright, here we go. 2 cars in the B main. Andy and Michael. Andy all in orange.
Okay, back with you on the main microphone. We have got, what have we got? The F1B final is running. Andy Frattaroli and Michael Hauptley. Michael Hauptley retiring last time out. So we'll be looking to win this leg. Otherwise, Andy Frattaroli will be the overall winner of the F1B final. Four minutes remaining. Gap between the front two, the only two. Michael Hauptley is now some 3.2 seconds ahead of Andy Frattaroli.
3 minutes and 40 to go. Here we go.
Michael Hauptley still leading this one. We're running with him from Andy Frattaroli. Gap is now 1.5 seconds.
All right, 2 minutes and 25 to go.
1.2 seconds now. Gap is coming down. Is Michael Hauptley toying with Andy Frattaroli, or is this a genuine battle? Let's see. 1.2 seconds.
5 seconds gap between Michael and Andy. 2 minutes on the race clock.
Michael Haupley still leading this one, now 2 seconds over Andy Frattaroli. This mistake for Andy Frattaroli as well drops him some 9 seconds back, so 1 minute 15 left of this F1 B final. F1 class running as a European Cup this weekend due to entry numbers. 1 minute remaining. So Michael Haupley going to take this into the third leg. He had a retirement in leg number 1. Andy Frattaroli then had a solo drive for home for about 4 minutes. He was circulating by himself. It looked like Andy Frattaroli was coming back into it, but the gap now up to 12 seconds with 30 odd seconds to go. I don't think Michael Haupley's quite going to lap Andy. Andy was very, very quick in the wet yesterday. He'll be sort of cursing the fact that it hasn't, so far, rained at any further point other than yesterday morning, because he may have been in contention for an overall podium, quite possibly, without that. But he's still out there, he's still circulating. Michael Haupley crosses the line to take that. That was the F1B final. Michael Haupley taking that from Andy Frattaroli. You can see Michael lapping about 6 tenths of a second quicker on his best lap than Andy. So better pace in his car, just able to use that. But best part of a lap into Andy Frattaroli there. And we are now getting set for our second A final, leg number 2 of the day. Andreas Stiebler, Michael Lipperheider, Gergo Valent, David Erbar, Chris Grenz, Rainier Haller, Michael Freeball, Michael Merker, Aidan Gale and Darren Gale. Just to have a look at what happened in the first leg. Andreas Stiebler took the win fairly convincingly, very convincingly, from Gergo Valent and Michael Lipperheider. David Erbar in fourth position, then Chris Grenz, Rainier Haller. So effectively we're looking for Andreas Stiebler. If he wins this, and he certainly had good pace over everybody else, then he will be the winner of the Euro Cup for this class.
Driver introductions well underway now for this F1A final. Should be a cracker of a final. This is the EFRA 1/10 Track Electric European Championships, coming to you live from Türkheim. We're at MCC Türkheim. You see their website on the driver's stand there. Fantastic facility. We were here before for Nitro 1/10 in. We were having a debate whether it was 2018 or 2019, but I think it was 2019 personally. But the record books will decide.
They will confirm
RC. Okay, cool. We're RC Racing TV, and yeah, you've got James trackside with the commentary. Thank you to Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Lens Bodies, and X-Ray for supporting this coverage.
Yep, drivers just getting called forward. So A finalists get trophy or driver presentations. see drivers just stood back at the moment. Waiting for Gergo Valent to be called forward, and then Andreas Stiebler. Remember, if Andreas wins this leg, and his pace so far this weekend suggests he probably should do, then he will win this European Cup.
Christian Steinberg is watching online saying good luck Andreas Stiebler and bring the trophy home to Austria. Again, fingers crossed. Plenty of chat going on. Hello to Andy Hyde. Team X-Ray 1001 is also watching. If you're watching, why don't you drop a comment and we can get involved in the debate and read out your comments. If you really want to support what we do, then why don't you become an RCTV hero by joining the YouTube channel. Hit that join button and we'll send you out a sticker pack and do lots of other cool perks that you get for joining the channel.
Car's been released for their warm-up laps. So, story of last time, Andreas Stiebler checked out in front. He's just had a couple of tenths in his pocket all weekend. Only thing that threatened him was Michael Lipperheider in the wet yesterday. We're staying dry at the moment. In fact, the sun is looking pretty bright out on the circuit at the minute. So, and win here for Andreas Stiebler would be exactly what he needs. Cars starting to form up on the grid. A nice circuit from the Benetton theme, like 90s Benetton themed car there of that's Darren Gale, the back of the grid. Andreas Stiebler angled at the start, aiming straight for the apex of the first bank turn. Cut off any opportunity from Michael Lipperheider to cut inside him. Good start from Andreas. Jumps away at the front. Gergo Valent in third position. Andreas Stiebler already 1.1 seconds to the good. So big lead. Stiebler leading by 1.7 seconds now. It's the car. That's the second place car of Lipperheider, the white coloured car. Looks like you've got Aidan Gale in between them. Aidan having it off onto the grass, straight off of the grid. So not ideal for him. So that car isn't actually in the battle for position. The next car for position is this car that we are looking of. That is Lipperheider, sorry, the white front, yellow centre, green rear coloured car. Gergo Valent is the white coloured car that was one car forward. He's 2.7 seconds back from Andreas Stiebler, though. Andreas just disappearing at the front of the field. Everything he needs to do. Of course, these cars running on foam tyres, rear-wheel drive. These cars bit sideways there for Michael Lipperheider. Gergo Valent now 3 seconds off the back. There's not any particularly close battles going on. Potentially one car back if we can find David Erbar, who is a white-black. There we go. Let's see what's going on with this battle. That is the closest battle. That is David Erbar and Chris Grenz just behind him, who Chris Grenz looks like it's an Alpine-inspired livery, or an Alpine sort of 2021 inspired livery that he is running on his car. He seems to have disappeared out of shot, so Chris Grenz has had a bit of an issue. So 0 close gaps on track now. In fact, Michael Friebel and Michael Mirka look fairly close. The 7 and 8 cars Just see if we can spot them anywhere. Even they're not particularly close together. So let's see if we can find our leader. He's the last of the cars on the main straight now, just into the bank turn. The greeny coloured car. There we go. He is now in pretty comfortable lead, 5 seconds out in front. So, as we suspected, we'll probably be having a chat, barring any disasters, with Andreas Stiebler winning the European Cup here. Dominant performance all weekend from the moment that the cars hit the track in practice. Only the slightly wet conditions that perhaps had a chance of upsetting the order, but even then he was still right up there in contention. 1 minute 40 left for Andreas Stiebler. Just taking his time as he catches and passes the traffic. Oof, a wayward Darren Gale nearly collecting him as he rejoined the circuit, but managed to negotiate quite comfortably. So you can see the lead gap, it's ebbing around, it's sitting around the 5 second mark. But 1 minute to go, so we'll go and have a chat with Andreas Stiebler as the probable winner of this class. He just needs to bring it home for the final minute.
50 seconds left. Second remain F1. Andreas Stiebler, Michael David, Rainer, Michael Mirke, Michael Friedel, and game 9, 8, and 10. 35 seconds left.
Andy Hyde watching, saying go Aidan Gale, flying a flag for Eastbourne Electric Car Club. Unfortunately this one's not worked out for Aidan, but there's still another final to go, and in the A final at European Championships, that's a pretty good way to fly the flag for your local club. Andreas Stiebler 20 seconds away from another European Championship under his belt. Team X-Ray 1001 saying David Urbar not looking as fast as he usually does. Yeah, potentially. Not sure what's happening there. And there we have it. Andreas Stiebler, European champion. EFRA European champion in Formula One. Congratulations to him, nailing it convincingly in just 2 finals.
Michael Mirke in 7, Michael Friedel in 8, Darren Gale in 9, and Aidan Gale in 10.
2 minutes to start.
Taking their congratulations.
Main DC Spec.
And we'll hear from James and Andreas very shortly. It's always good to catch up with a new European champion. And over to James.
Thank you, Matt. So, Andreas Stiebler, congratulations, won the European Cup for 2023.
Thank you. Thank you.
Happy? I mean, you look like you had good pace. You just had an edge, couple of tenths a lap over everybody most of the weekend, apart from the wet yesterday.
Yeah, I had a really good setup in the car, and I was just trying to drive as safe as possible, and also trying to get a little bit of a gap, and then try to manage the gap basically.
Yeah, we saw that as you were sort of catching traffic. You had about 5 seconds, and you just had time when you were catching the traffic, so you knew you had a gap, did you? You knew where second, third was. See, Gergo looked quite quick over a single lap, but just not consistency.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Okay. So going out in the third leg?
No, probably not. No.
Okay, so done what you need to do, won the title. Well done. We'll let you get out and marshal.
Wow, that was good timing, all of which takes us very nicely into the first of the Spec finals, the Spec Final E, second final. Out on track now. I think the contact there, referee ordering the position to be returned.
4 minutes and 15 to go. Our race leader, Mark.
Okay, we are back in the booth. Thank you for just filling in. We've got Mark de Witt, the number 4 car. Dominic Schmidt not taking the start of this one again. If I remember correctly, he didn't take the last one. What did we have in this final last time? Let's just remind ourselves of the overall winner. It was Jaroslav Kritz. Yes, this was a slightly odd final. It was Jaroslav Kritz Jr. So he is currently running. He's unlikely to win this one because he's currently down in 7th position. So not ideal for him. Philip Lischka is leading. So it's only Jaroslav Kritz who can take the overall win for this leg. But just a moment on its roof there. That's with the 7 car of Philip Lischka. What did he do? Just a little bit too much curb and straight over on its roof. That was a bit of an odd one. He didn't take a huge amount of curb there. Perhaps he just turned a little bit tighter or a little bit heavier on the brakes. Car just pivoted over its front. So good battle going on. That's Andrew Walters and Philip Lischka. And just in front of them, Zelko Selman is leading. A little bit of contact there, so that lets Zelko get away out in front. Andrew Walters still in 2nd position from what looks like a charging now Philip Lischka with the white car. So Andrew Walters with the orange front, green rear. And Philip Lischka with the white rear on his car. Or white rear, that's technically correct. It's all white. Jaroslav Kritz Sr. also getting involved. Now he started out in 3rd position, or finished 3rd position last time. Starting from P12. Oh, coming together between 2nd and 3rd. So let's just see again what happened there. So slightly high line for Andrew Walters and gets the car slowed down, and Philip Lischka just kind of creamed into the back of him pretty much. Jaroslav Kritz Sr. up into 2nd position now with this white and yellow coloured car we're watching. Zelko Selman out in front. This is going to be interesting because he finished 3rd in the first leg. And technically shouldn't even be in this final because they only sort of got bumped up so as to take a final out of the day. It's always an interesting one because if they're out there potentially impacting the result of other drivers, can create a bit of an interesting situation. On clear track at the moment though.
40 seconds to go. This is the
Jaroslav Kritz running with him with 30 seconds to drive. Let's see if we can find Zelko Selman, our leader. He is the number 5 car. Let's just try and spot him. It's the all orange coloured car on the main straight now. There we go, we've got him. That's our leader, Zelko Selman. time has expired, and in fact Zelko did just miss the split last time out, so racing has finished. Yaroslav Kritz Jr. making it up into third position, so he's got a 1 and a 3 to count so far, and Kritz Senior's got a 2 and a 3, so we could have an all Kritz podium coming up. There we go with the overall result. Zelko Selman taking that one from Yaroslav Kritz Senior and Yaroslav Kritz Jr. Next up, we have got the D final. Niklas Storm, Roberto Fabiano, Michael Zerold, Boris Siladi, Flavio Paladin, Viktor Litvinenko, Corentin de Kret, Sinan Kaptan, Patrick Holliker, and Darko Meister.
Okay, second female DC set. Brothers ready, column masters ready.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
And here we go, on full set for the female Niklas Storm with a decent start.
Niklas Storm leading this one away pretty comfortably. Also took the first leg. Just going to want to bring this one home. Close battle was going on behind him. We move our focus back one car onto the blue car of Roberto Fabiano. He is fighting off the attentions of Boris Siladi, the white car. So the blue car is Fabiano, the white car is Siladi. Got Flavio Paladin somewhere in the mix as well. He's just out the back of shot. They're hanging on to Niklas Storm somewhat better than they managed last time, though. Niklas Storm disappeared out in front last time. Fabiano not feeling the need yet to go defensive, which would allow Storm the opportunity to pull away. Siladi looking but not really finding a way through. So good collaboration going on between Fabiano and Siladi at the moment, allowing the pair of them to chase down Niklas Storm. And a mistake there from Fabiano just as he came out onto the main straight. Just gassed it up a little bit too early in his hunt for Niklas Storm. So now we have half a second back, or in fact it's further than that, it's now 8/10 back, is Boris Siladi. Flavio Paladin up into third position. You can just see this is the second place car that we're following at the minute, just out the front of shot. You can see the car of Niklas Storm, 8/10 of a second away. Lot of curb there, managed to gain some time. Let's just see as they cross the line. Half a tenth. That feels like a big risk to be taking to gain half a tenth. Just rattles it over the curb once more. Gap remains pretty much identical that time round. Half a hundredth in it. Just over 2 minutes. Gap is now 9/10, so it's just under 1 second. Just edging away from Boris Siladi's grasp. Let's move our focus back one pair of cars. There we go, that we've just picked up. That is Paladin and Kaptan. Flavio Paladin and Sinan Kaptan having a very close battle there. Less than 3/10 between them for second and third position. Third and fourth position that they are fighting over. Paladin fighting a bit of a rearguard action. Kaptan looking like he could get away at the front. Meanwhile, Niklas Storm leading by around a second still. Stayed pretty much constant. It started out at 8/10, he got it up to a second. It's kind of stayed there over Boris Siladi, but that's all he needs. Come down to 8/10, but there's 1 minute to go. This that we're looking at, less than quarter of a second between them. This is the closest battle on track for the final podium position in this leg number 2 of the D final here at Türkheim. Flavio Paladin out in front, Sinan Kaptan, the white car. The second car in shot. 30 seconds left. Now 6/10 between the front two. Let's pick up the white car with the red sills on it. He's the second of the cars on the main straight through the bank sweep, and now there we go. That is, let's see if we can move forward 2 cars. There we go, we've got him. That is our leader, the white car with the red flashes down the side on his final lap. Paladin and Kaptan now 1.6 seconds apart. So Niklas Storm is going to cross the line, take the leg win, and take the overall win for this final. He's won the first 2 legs.
And here we go. Niklas Storm with a win in a second teammate. Boris Siladi in second. Flavio Paladin third. Sinan Kaptan in 4. Michael Sierra 5. Patrick Kollega in 6. Darko Meister in 7. Victor Lieutenant on 8. Roberto Fabiano on 9. And currently the case in 10.
Next up, C-Main, leg number 2. Alex Kunkler, Simon Horak, Mark Valent, Yasmin Donath, David Erber, Riccardo Fanili, Adrian Valent, Valentino Malaghetti, Fran Ivan Skoric, and Kevin Schmid.
Keep your comments coming in if you're watching online. Oh, great to hear from Maxime Ripoll. Let's go Team France, says Maxime. Indeed. Discussions about motors. Looks like a Schumacher win. Yes, F1 was a Schumacher win. Congratulations to Andreas Stiebler. This is the EFRA 1/10 Electric Track European Championships. It's finals day, live from Türkheim in Germany, and we're brought to you by Monaco RC. And also thanks to Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Lens Bodies and X-Ray. Couldn't do it without these guys. And we couldn't do it without you lot watching at home and commenting on the stream.
Alex Kunkler getting set to lead away. minty green coloured car out in front. Gets a good launch. Alex took the leg 1 win. So again, looking to win leg 2. Seal the deal. Simon Horak, though, looking like he's got some good pace in his car. Horak with the predominantly red car with the white stripe down the centre of it. Has a look around the outside. Not going to find a way around there. Cuts a little bit tight off the end of the banking. He's looking for a gap. Kunkler having to go defensive. Mark Valent sitting in 3rd position, eager to pick up the pieces. That was a late lunge, very heavy on the brakes there from Simon Horak. Nearly made it through. Kunkler not looking like he has the pace that he did in leg number 1. Horak still trying to make a pass, trying to put on a pass. And Valent goes wide in the background. Looks like Jasmine Donath is up into 3rd position. Jasmine now picks up the chase, tries to get involved in this podium battle. And is that a move? That was nearly a move. I believe Simon Horak actually had his nose in front then, but ran a little bit too wide. Really good battle going on here. And Jasmine getting involved as well. Just trying to stay slightly out of this battle in front. Let that take each other. And, Jasmine straight up to 2nd, and then a little bit too much curb and drops off. Alex Kunkler then ends up with a bigger lead. This is Alex Kunkler that we're running with. Alex looking pretty decent out in front. He's got a good lead now. 0.8 of a second over Simon Horak. You can just see him in the back of shot. Adrien Violette up into 3rd position. Flash pass down the main straight once more. Alex Kunkler. Oh, and there's been a mistake there from Simon Horak. Too much curb, so Violette will be up into 2nd position. Gap is going to have gone up to, it's going to be around a 2nd, and it is. So actually, it's really good progress from Adrien Violette and Valentino Malaghetti. Up into 2nd and 3rd position from 7th and 8th on the grid. Simon Horak dropping down to 4th position. 0.6 of a second now. Violette, another greeny coloured car. You just see him in the back of shot. 1 minute 16 to go. Alex Kunkler still leading this one. Malaghetti will be thinking he's seeing double because there's 2 sort of green cars in front of him. But Adrien Violette only 0.6 of a second back. Coming up to lap some traffic now of the solid pink car. Don't quite catch who that is, and just passed someone on track with a front of the body shell lifting. That's Violette still leading this one. Sorry, Kunkler leading this one. Violette chasing him. Into the final 30 seconds. Seeing if Alex Kunkler can hold on to this one. It's not going to help him. Traffic crashing in front of him. Swiftly recovered by the marshal. Lap traffic gets out of the way, or one of them. And I think car number 7 has disappeared. Let's just see if he comes through in second place. He doesn't, no. So Malaghetti is moving up into second position. Simon Horak up into third. But it doesn't matter. Alex Kunkler has taken the win in that one and takes the overall, having won leg number 1 as well. So double win there for Alex Kunkler. So will be stood on the top step of the podium. Not that he particularly needs it. But congratulations to Alex Kunkler, winner of the C main overall.
B final time.
It is the final time.
This day is rapidly wrapping itself up. We're only halfway there though. Another set of finals to come. We've got obviously 3 legs. Of all the finals in this class get 3 legs, which is fantastic value for the racers. Oliver Weirder, one of our RCTV heroes, he's flying the flag for RCTV, which is really nice. Drop a like on the stream because that really helps us. It helps with the YouTube algorithm. More chance that some other random person's going to see what's going on here and it might capture their imagination. Keep your comments coming in. Thank you for watching.
Lucas Ellerbrook winning the first leg of the B main last time, with off of second on the grid. See what he can manage. Gets away quite comfortably. Benjamin Elbisser leading with the red coloured car out in front. Sideways snap there for Lucas Ellerbrook. He'll want to get his way to the front. Jeremy Delalondre running in third position. Ellerbrook climbing all over the back of Elbisser. They cross the line. Elbisser knows that he needs to prevent Ellerbrook winning this one to take it into leg number 3. Ellerbrook will be looking to find his way past and seal the deal. Gap up to half of a second now, and Ellerbrook having to fight off Delalondre. Let's just move our focus back one car. There we go, that is the car of Lucas Ellerbrook, winner of the first leg. He's fighting with Jeremy Delalondre. Delalondre was crawling all across the back of him, but has just dropped off very, very slightly. It's allowed Ellerbrook to set back off again after Benjamin Elbisser. He is the orangey red coloured car just in the front of shot. 0.4 of a second now, the gap. Lucas Ellerbrook trying to make his way forward. If he can get past Benjamin Elbisser, he will take the overall win for the B final here. Some really, really close action going on track. Looks like it's a very, very difficult track to put a clean pass on. Bit of a lower slower line there from Elebrook. Gained him time on the entry, lost him time on the exit. Gap just over 1/3 of a second. Half distance. Benjamin Elbisser will be thinking that this is a very, very long race. Lucas Elebrook won't want it to end. Not until he's got himself in front. Just wants another lap. Just another lap. Just another lap. Trying to chase him down. Looks like he's closing up, and then he just loses it a little bit at the end. It's down at this top end of the circuit. That was a better exit out of that corner. He looks like he's closer. He's closer. Elebrook is closer this lap. Let's have a look as they cross the line. He's taken half a tenth out. He seems to have realised where he was bleeding time though. 1.5 minutes left. Has he got long enough to close in on Benjamin Elbisser and pass him? It's the closest he's been. It's 1/4 of a second. 1/4 of a second now. Gap's gone back up to half a second. Lucas Elebrook still within half a second of Benjamin Elbisser as they start picking and flowing their way through the traffic. It's the battle for the leg win. It keeps threatening to explode into life. Hasn't quite yet. Traffic will be the opportunity, but oh, it's a small mistake there. Oh, that was, I mean, that was very, very generous. Lucas Elebrook took a little bit too much curb there, and the traffic that the pair of them were lapping, the traffic actually, I didn't see what car it was, save for one of the orange-coloured cars out there, but they actually threw themselves off the track to prevent getting involved in it. But they're beginning now their last lap. Benjamin Elbisser now with a 1.5 seconds advantage in front. Looking pretty good, looking pretty comfortable. Comes in to cross the line. Benjamin Elbisser takes leg number 2. All to play for in leg number 3 between Benjamin Elbisser and Lucas Elebrook.
Lucas Elebrook in second, Angelo Silling in third, Orlando Fegidi in fourth, Jeremy Delano in 5, and William 6, Stefan Cruz in 7, William Bobby 8, Martin Ripple in 9, and Jeremy Wilson in 10. And we're up.
A final time again. It's the Spec A Final 2. Will we have a new European champion in the next 5 minutes? Stay tuned to find out.
If we do, it will be Simon Lauter. Simon taking the leg 1 win from Jan Ratajski. Max Mackler was in 3rd position. We did have, in case you're wondering, Adam Isay was in the mix, but got DQ'd from leg number 1 due to an irregularity with the rear wing on his car. was unmarked and it was mounted too high as well. So double whammy for him on that one. Simon Lauter doesn't mind. He'll be looking to drive away at the front, seal the deal, seal the win. He's had the pace all weekend. Jan Rathajski stepped up in round number 4 yesterday, set the fastest time on a new set of tyres, putting a little bit of pressure under him, but Simon held it strong in the last round of qualifying to seal TQ, won the first leg pretty comfortably, just edged away, so that's what he'll be looking to do again. Ollie Bolton stepping forward.
Is a former European champion and most prized German champion from Germany, third on the grid, Max Mackler.
Max Mackler takes a step forward.
Our second top qualifier, driving extra chassis.
Max saying he felt like he was struggling for pace a little bit in that first leg. Hadn't made any changes to the car, but just didn't feel particularly well hooked up.
From Germany, second top qualifier, Jan Rathajski.
Jan Rathajski takes a step forward.
And our top qualifier, starting with number 1, driving automatic chassis, is powered by Rudolf.
Just waiting for Simon Lauter.
Driving a dual-racing body from the automatic Elec and Tony Ford is a German champion and EF champion from Germany. Our top qualifier, full-setter, Simon Lauter.
Simon Lauter taking the applause of his fellow drivers. Getting set 5 minutes from the European title potentially. Checked out at the front last time. Battle was between Rathajski, Mackler and Isay. Allowed Simon Lauter to escape. Cars released out onto the circuit. Already had both of the previous A finals decided. Winner of leg 1 also taking leg 2. Let's see if that follows and we crown another European champion here after leg 2, or whether we go into leg 3 here at Türkheim. Simon Lauter then forming it up on the grid. Being set down, formed up. Pointed where he needs to be. Mechanics taking a step back. Marshall's taking a step back. Simon Lauter, the bottom of the shot.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Simon Lauter gets the launch that he needs off of the grid. That'll do. That's all he wants to do. He just wants to get away, get the first lap down clean. It's not necessarily displayed a huge dominance in outright pace over everybody else. It's just consistency. He's just been relentless lap after lap after lap. It looks like 100% for everybody else is 98% for him. Jan Rathajski's been able to run at a similar pace, but it looks like it's harder work for Jan. So we're running with the leader at the minute. Simon Lauter, Jan Rathajski just behind him. Max Mackler hanging on in third position. Half a second Simon's lead at the minute. as we head down towards the first minute complete. Simon sitting where he needs to at the moment. He knows what he needs to do. He's won plenty of big meetings before, but looking to crown himself European champion for the first time, taking the title from his teammate Ollie Boltink, winner for the previous 2 years. Simon now gets his lead up to about 1 second. Ratajski still second, Makler still third, Boltink up into 4th position. Simon Lauter doing everything he needs to, just keeping the car moving. Jan doesn't look like he has the pace. If he does, he needs to start showing it very, very soon. Just heading towards, everybody's just stretching themselves to about a second apart from each other, and they're just circulating at the same pace. No one with any great advantage over the other. Just hearing that was the 8 car of Gergo Valent, just putting itself on its roof, in case you wondered what the sliding of Lexon was that you could hear. 1.1 seconds now, Simon Lauter's lead. It's just a superb run, just a display of superb consistency from Simon. Just edging out all, and it's looked like this all weekend, to be honest. Him, and from the moment they hit the track, Simon and Jan Ratajski have looked like the fastest cars out there, and Simon's just looked like he's got... straight away, Simon puts it on its roof. Talking about consistency, Simon puts it onto its roof. Too much curb there, and Jan Ratajski hits the lead. So Simon, that's a big moment. Jan Ratajski out in front then. Simon Lauter down to second, Ollie Boltink in 3rd position. 2 seconds. Now Simon Lauter has to push. He's got 1.5 minutes left. Let's see what the gap is. It's 1.4 now. We'll stick here with Simon Lauter. See if he can chase down Jan Ratajski. You can just see Jan's car disappearing out towards the front of shot. Jan's past race control. Simon is now 1.5 seconds. He's taken 1/4 of a second out of him on that lap. There's 1 minute left. Simon throwing everything at this. You can see Jan's car out in the front of shot, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Simon had it in his pocket. He had it in his hand. He didn't need to take that risk. 1.4 seconds now. I don't think he's going to have enough time to do it. Jan Ratajski is about to take this one into leg 3, so the string of leg 1 winners sealing the title looks like it's about to be broken. 30 seconds left, 1.2 seconds. It's going to take a mistake from Jan Ratajski now, I think. Simon's charging, Simon's closing all the time. But he's not going to be close enough. They're entering their final lap. It's down to 0.7 of a second. Traffic gets pulled out of the way. Simon Lauter throwing everything at this, but Jan Ratajski is going to cross the line to take leg number 2. So Jan Ratajski takes leg number 2. Simon Lauter, expressionless on the rostrum, leans forward. That says itself. Simon Lauter in 2nd position. Jan Ratajski, he's got his head in his hands. Max Makler consoles him. There's handshakes. There we go. And even Jan sympathising, I think, with Simon. So very, very unfortunate there that Simon Lauter had it in his hands. He had 1.5 seconds in his pocket, just put it on its roof, and then showed his pace at the end with a charging drive, but couldn't quite get back. Okay, out in front of the field. Benjamin Jabira set to lead this one away from Florian Wilhelm. Ben Jabira gets it away at the start from Florian Wilhelm, Thomas Sova and Dai Sakaguchi. First of the modified heats. Dai Sakaguchi hits the front then, second position, sorry. Dai Sakaguchi is out in front. Dai Sakaguchi takes the lead, or had the lead. It was just as they dived past the line.
Jakob in 6, 37, Thomas in 8. 3 minutes and 50 seconds to go.
Dai just trying to keep this one moving, pops it up on 2 wheels as it entered the main straight.
3 minutes and 40. So always Dai Sakaguchi on the back straight, all in, yes, orange. Then Florian Wilhelm, white and yellow. Thomas, yellow and orange. Out of the line for the second.
And Dai having a little bit of a heart-stopping moment there as he just passed some traffic that spun directly in front of him as he came down past race control. It was down here around 1 lap ago. So if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV, welcome to you. We're bringing you live coverage of the EFRA European Championships from Türkheim in Germany. Just in the second leg of the modified finals. This the C final. Dai Sakaguchi took the first leg, looking like he's going to take the second leg and the overall win for the C final of modified. We've seen the formula class decided already. We've seen the front wheel drive class decided already. We came within 90 seconds of seeing the stock class decided, but for this curb down here. Simon Lauter taking a little bit too much of it, rolling the car onto its roof, allowing Jan Ratajski through to take the win in leg number 2, setting up a showdown for leg number 3 with a 1 and a 2 for each driver.
And I will see that would be 50 laps down, 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. Nice beating gas by almost 6 seconds in front of Florian Wilhelm. Florian now in the double extender. White and yellow.
1.5 minutes left.
1 minute to 10.
Just going to check in to see what the tie-break scenario is for the Spec final.
To go.
Okay, so yeah, fastest final time would take the win in Spec. For that to happen, it would require neither Ratajski or Simon Lauter to win the final leg of the final, but we'll keep an eye on that as we come to it. Dai Sakaguchi, though, with 20 seconds remaining, got a 9-second lead over Florian Wilhelm.
Last couple of seconds. Right, how much is 5 to Mr. Levy, you're on?
Dai, the only driver to make it onto this extra lap that he is on. So he already has it sealed as he crosses the line. Dai takes leg 1, Dai takes leg 2. Dai is the overall winner.
Florian in second, Thomas Kova in third, Mark Kova in fourth, Chris Briggs in 5, Jakub Sebastian in 6, Benjamin Gura in 7, Thomas Davis in 8. And then it's up to 3 main modified.
There we see the overall results, with Dai Sakaguchi running out the winner. And after 2 legs, there we go. 2 points, no one can beat him. Coming up next, the B main. Antoine Brunet winning the first leg. Gonna look to repeat the feat.
The chat is alive. If you're watching, get involved. There's so much going on in the chat, and it populates from across all the networks, because of course we're live streaming on EFRA Facebook page, YouTube. We're live streaming on RC Racing TV's Facebook page and YouTube, and all the chat populates across all of the different networks, so everyone can have good old chat between everybody. That's some really interesting points being made there. Keep your comments coming in. Daniel Stanzo said, "Wow, how is crap in the B main?" Yeah, this is the thing.
It's not gone well for him. I mean, he managed to get back up to towards the pointy end, but of it. But yeah, he's just not had pace all weekend. I mean, Antoine Brunet leads away from Alessio Menicucci. Remy Callan's in third position. But yeah, Christopher Krapp, like we said, you know, you'd expect him to be, if not in the hunt for the podium, certainly the, you know, like the 3rd through 7th, 8th. You'd expect to see him there, but it's just not come together for him all weekend. Seeded outside the top heat, and just hasn't managed to hang it together. Needed two good runs. Had the opportunity. I think his scores were a 10 and an 11 from memory. So it wasn't. It's not bad luck. It's just not had the pace. And you can see it's not really getting any better for him at the moment, as he's showing as 10th overall. We're focusing on the battle for second at the minute, though. Alessio Menicucci and Remy Callens. Both predominantly yellow cars with bits of white on them. Menicucci is the lead one. The more fluorescent of the two is Remy Callens. Antoine Brunet, though, is already 2 seconds to the good. Flying out at the front of the field. So we now have Remy Callens hits the front. So Menicucci having a bit of an issue, as does Antoine Brunet. Remy Callens now leads this by 1.5 seconds from Michele Manzo, up from P6. Antoine Brunet has dropped down the field. Brunet needs to win this to take the overall, otherwise it goes into leg number 3. Because the ultimate aim for the drivers, win the first 2 legs, and then the third leg becomes a bit of a dead rubber. You can either choose to sit out the third leg of the final, or go race. Just hope they don't get involved if they do go out there to race in establishing any of the other podium positions. Remy Callens we're running with, leading this one by 1.6 seconds. It's now 1.4 seconds from Michele Manzo. Matthias Knopp in 3rd position. Christopher Krapp not making a lot of progress from his earlier 10th. He's still in 8th position. So really not worked for him. Don't think he'll be buying a lottery ticket on the way home. Brunet has got himself back up into 4th position, but he's got a 4-second gap between him and Matthias Knopp with 1.5 minutes remaining. So I don't think anybody is going to catch Remy Callens. Michele Manzo is about 2 seconds back. One minute to go. There's a good battle just about to come out onto the main straight now. Let's see if we can pick that up. That looks like the battle that we have got going on for 2nd and 3rd. Like 0.3 of a second. It's Michele Manzo and Matthias Knopp. For the 6 car and the 8 car. Michele Manzo, the orange coloured car, Matthias Knopp, the red coloured car. Remy Callens, 2 seconds down the road from this, 20 seconds left. Matthias Knopp trying to take the position off of Michele Manzo. Has a look, ducks to the inside, ducks to the outside. Looks left, looks right. Can't find a way through. And a contact between the two, and ends up with Michele Manzo on the grass, and that has actually left, let's see, Antoine Brunet up into 2nd position right at the end there. So Remy Callens takes the leg, and right at the end there, Michele Manzo getting collected by Matthias Knopp. Knopp did the right thing, he stopped and waited for him, but Antoine Brunet will be rubbing his hands together in that one to pick up 2nd You can see, I think, the motion there on the rostrum, and Matt just not kind of getting congratulated for doing the right thing and stopping and waiting there. But yeah, just it's never over till it's over. That one is not over yet, but it's all set for what could be a good leg 3.
Well, if you've just tuned in, it's a final time. Second leg, we could be deciding a European champion in the next 5 minutes in 1/10 electric modified touring car here at the EFRA 1/10 Track European Championships. Coming to you live Türkheim in Germany, brought to you by Monaco RC. And we're RC Racing TV. Wherever you're watching us, whatever platform it's on, why don't you just hit a like and maybe a follow, because that would do us all a good service and help us grow RC with the algorithms and such. Thanks to Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Lens Bodies and X-Ray. Drivers' introductions underway.
Indeed they are. If we're going to crown somebody within the next 10 minutes or so, it's going to be Bruno Coelho. He won the first leg from Ronald Volker. It was a hard charging Ronald Volker. Didn't seem to start very well, but managed just to drive right up the back of him, super close at the end. Bruno hung on to it though, so we'll see if that repeats itself, or if Bruno can manage to sort of hold off Ronald, if Ronald can get a better start. Michal Orlowski is not a million miles off either. He was very quick this morning in the warm-up. He was very quick in that first leg of the final as well. But we're just going to have a look as sort of overalls, and pretty much they are in grid order on there. So yeah, Bruno took the first leg win from Ronald, from Michael. Michal. So if it looks like Bruno is going to win this, we will get over there and have a chat with him up on the driver's rostrum.
RC Vision's watching, saying Volker just needs to get a good start in leg 2 to make this interesting. He had the pace at the end but had an awful start, and our RCTV hero Oliver Weirder says, yeah, I also think the pressure from Orlowski kind of slowed him down. After he recovered, he looked quick. Do you think Coelho has managed his tyres better though?
Potentially. I don't think Bruno would have wanted it to be that close. I mean, there's managing the pace of a run, but that was... I don't think you'd manage it to that extent that you cross the line with such a small advantage. You want a bit of a buffer in your pocket if you were managing it. They get new tyres for every run, the O finalists, so they're all on a level playing field. There's no tyre strategy here. This is pure pace that we're seeing. So Bruno looking to take the overall win. Ronald will be out to stop him from doing that. Michal will also be looking to do exactly the same thing. So 1 minute until the start. Drivers composing themselves, adjusting themselves, getting themselves comfy, getting themselves happy. Cars released out onto the circuit. First time of feeling exactly what you've got underneath you. Every single set of tyres, they'll feel slightly different. It's never exactly the same. You just put the car down, you just want to see exactly what it is you've got underneath you. Bruno pulling up to the line, potentially 5 minutes from retaining his title. See mechanics out there on the track. Bruno Coelho, all white car on pole. Ronald Volker, traditional race paint. Last few seconds. Bruno gets the jump off the start, and Ronald Volker, it's all gone wrong for him. So Ronald put a tyre on the grass, and straight away span, he has gone to the tail of the field. That is one challenger to Bruno gone straight away. Let's see what happens to Michal Orlowski. See if he can push his way forward, push his way into contention. Michal, the other driver, to win a round of qualifying. Bruno taking 3 rounds, Michal taking 1. Ronald Volker taking 1. Epic last round of qualifying. We kind of forgot about Michal Orlowski. He was like half a second back. The battle at the front was going on between this man here, Bruno Coelho, and Ronald Volker. At the tail of the field, Alex Hagberg. Looks like he didn't make it around the first lap. Don't know if he got collected in Ronald Volker's impact at the start. Ronald's still running. 0.8 of a second. Bruno's gap already. So Michal Orlowski looks like he is the main chance, the main challenger to prevent Bruno Coelho taking another European Championship title. Let's see, gap up to 0.9 now. Looks like we've got a good run for the European Championship coming together. 2 all-white cars out in front. Bruno Coelho, the lead of them. Michal Orlowski, the second of the 2. Eric Dankel running in 3rd position. Mark Reinhardt in 4th. Marco Kaufmann pops himself up into 5th position. Main loser was Ronald Volker and Alex Hagberg at the start. It's a spin for Ronald Volker. Could be really, really costly for him. 1.2 seconds now, so Bruno is pulling away at the front of this one. Michal Orlowski not seemingly able to do anything about this car that we are following at the moment. Just over half distance in the race. Bruno Coelho looks like he is heading for another European title. Stayed, the gap's come down very slightly, but it was like 0.5 it's come down by. Bruno still looking good, looking comfortable out in front. Gap again, it's down to 1.111, but it's not enough. If Michal is catching, he needs to be catching an awful lot faster. Gap's gone out again, but again, it's 0.5. There's nothing in this. Whether this is just management from Bruno, we'll find out. I suspect we'll be having a chat with him any moment now. We thought that, though, about Simon Lauter as well. And a mistake from him opened the door from Jan Ratajski. Is history going to repeat itself? Bruno, though, very, very experienced. He's won European titles. He's won world titles. He knows what he's doing. 1 minute 20 to go. Lead is just over 1 second. It's come down. 9.5 tenths. Let's just see at the end of this lap. I think, though, we better start getting prepared to go and have a chat with Bruno as potentially our European champion.
Almost side by side in first corner, 50 seconds still. Alexander looking for the opportunity. Little bit serving, looking on the inside. Defending Polish for second position. 40 seconds still to go.
Bruno Coelho is just 40 seconds away from a European Championship. What must be going through Volker's head now? Best he can hope for is potentially a podium in the final. 20 seconds to go now. Bruno still gapping Orlowski. 1.3 seconds in the lead from Orlowski. And this will be his final lap. Bruno Coelho has driven supremely for both of these A-main finals. And there we have it. Congratulations to Bruno Coelho. Takes the European Championship. Volker, the first to give him congratulations. Teammates, Hagberg there from the X-Ray team. Mark Reinheid, ever the sportsman. What a result. Bruno Coelho from Michael Orlowski. Posing with Chris Hardesty, section chairman, and ready to talk to James.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Bruno, well done.
Thank you very much.
What did you think then at the start? Obviously, Ronald had really strong pace at the end of the first leg and looked like he was a bit of a slow starter. But then at the beginning of that one, what did you think? Did you see him spin off?
Yeah, of course. I saw that he spin off in the beginning. So I think it's due to where he starts. He starts in a quite bad area. It's quite dust over there. And I think probably he started a little bit too aggressive and, it spun out. It was, bad luck. That is a part of the game. But yeah, I'm super happy about the result. We worked a lot for it. Through the weekend there was a lot up and downs. We tried to work on the car a lot to make it very good for the 5 minutes. I think this was the time that finally we arrived on the setup that was very good from the beginning until the hands. I was able to manage the gap to Michael in the hands. Unlucky, Volker spun out, which didn't result in a better fight in the hands. But yeah, I'm super happy.
No, okay. I mean, you saw in the first leg, I guess, I know you were managing the second leg. It looked too close in the first leg. That wasn't you managing it. That was Ronald catching you on pace.
Yeah, yesterday we had the issue that in the first minute and a half, my car wasn't that good. Like Volker, Dunkel and Orlowski, they were kind of much faster than me in the beginning. And then my car was very good middle hand. So today we tried to invert that thing. And yeah, on the first final we had exactly that thing, that the car started very good, but through the round started to push a little bit and I lost a lot of pace. So yeah, in the last minute Volker was catching me a lot, but I had everything to lose and he had everything to win. So basically I was trying to not make any mistake, trying to not force too much, and in the same time the car was getting a little bit slower. So that's why it was a bit stressful in the beginning, in the end, sorry, last minute, but yeah, was everything okay.
Oh, well, congratulations, another European title. You going out for the third leg?
No. I'm okay.
You're good. You've done enough. Well done, and we'll let you get back on with your team.
My question.
These are 1/10 scale on-road racing cars built to replicate the fastest four-wheeled on-road vehicles. And in this championship come in both touring car and formula platforms. Underneath the aerodynamic bodies, the chassis feature the same tech seen on most modern hypercars. Carbon graphite, titanium, machined aluminium and smart electronics. When it comes to drivetrain, formula cars are rear-wheel drive while the touring cars are all-wheel drive. And to do the driving, racers stand on a raised platform to let them see the full racing circuit, sending signals to their car to precisely manage the steering, throttle and braking to battle for the race win. At just 40 centimetres long, it takes the quickest reaction speeds when battling door to door. Because on large tracks, these cars can reach speeds of over 80 kilometres an hour, requiring nerves of steel and excellent hand-eye coordination. Every track also features tight and twisty sections which provide many opportunities for passing. Everything on the car is completely customizable, from the aerodynamics, tyre compound and pressures, suspension including shock angle, camber and much more, and of course the electronics. Toy cars, these are not. These are highly engineered racing machines, designed to win international championships across the world.
And there's no rest for the wicked.
There is not.
The third leg. Third leg. Wow, I mean, congratulations to Bruno. He kind of took it in his stride. I guess, you know, when you had just another... It's just another one, isn't it? In his giant cabinet of trophies. It's just another one. But congratulations. Doesn't take anything away from it.
No, but it feels like he's had to work harder for this one. I think, you know, we've seen. I don't know. It's difficult to say. I mean, it depends. At the meeting, he's had to work harder for it. You know, you could argue that if your car is that much faster than anybody else's, does that mean that the work's been done beforehand? And you know, before you've even got to the meeting. But certainly at the meeting, it feels like he's had to really fight for this one. That Ronald Volker particularly really challenged him. Michał Orlowski, sorry. I did notice you had to correct yourself as well, Matt. So it's not just me. Has you know, set themselves set themselves sort of a little bit ahead. So yeah, they're yeah, he's earned it. He's worked for it. So Bruno repelling the threat of Ronald. I wonder what's going through Ronald's mind now.
Well, Bruno. Interesting what Bruno said, that his starting position is slightly unfortunate in that it's a dirty part of the track. That's
it is offline on the I mean, if you look, as most cars go down the main straight, they're on like the outside of the dotted line. So any of the even numbered grid spots, if they choose, obviously that's the poleman's advantage. They can choose what side of the track that they want. But yes, it would be on that side of the grid. It wouldn't be particularly clean if you kind of nail the throttle off of the start and the car just goes slightly sideways. With the amount of power that they have, you're pretty likely to just get a little pull onto the grass. And yeah, you can't do anything at the start. Then you've got 9 cars arriving at that speed. There's not an awful lot you can do. But all set for the front-wheel drive class. And Oliver Heiser, despite winning the first 2 legs, he's going again. A bit of a jump start there for Sebastian Mederer. And we've had the yellow car launch through into the lead. Let's just see what car that was. It was a car from somewhere near the back. It was car 4 that leads. So 4 from 7 from 3. So bit of chaos caused by someone from the back. This third leg, they've been quite restrained so far, but look like this is their last track action of the day and of the weekend, indeed. They've been let off the leash a little bit. It's feeling a little bit chaotic. But who have we got now? Matteo Buchholz. Oh, in fact, it's the 3 car of Marcus Buchholz, I think, who is that we're running with, who is in second place, with Oliver Heiser in third position, just behind him. So this is the battle for second and third position. 3.3 seconds down the road. That was a, worried Buchholz off the road there almost. Had a look on the inside and Buchholz turned out of the corner, fearing that there would be an impact with nothing going on. So let's move forward to one car to Olivier Heiser and watch him start trying to chase down Matteo Buchholz. 3.7 seconds it was, it's 3.4. So let's stick with this and watch the chase as it progresses. Oliver looking like he's had pretty good pace. He's won the first 2 legs of the final, so has already got this final in the bag. It's 3.4 seconds last time around. Let's see what the gap is this time. 3.0, so 0.4 of a second. He's got 3 minutes left to close down the gap. That is lap traffic there in front of him. You just saw disappearing out of shot the lead car of Matteo Buchholz. We're running with second place man Oliver Heiser. Only 0.2 of a second he took that lap. He did have to negotiate some traffic. Let's see, he probably wants to be getting it down to around 2.5 seconds this time round. Let's see what he managed. It's down to 2.6. Gap is coming down. We're nearly at half race distance though. This kind of the best chase going on out on circuit. 2.3 now. So pretty soon we're going to start seeing Matteo Buchholz's car appear more frequently in the front of shot. There we go, you just saw a little glimpse. There he is in the front of shot now, 1.8 seconds. Just under 2 minutes to go. Matteo Buchholz will see the car of Oliver Heiser looming, getting closer, closer, closer each time. It's so easy to overdrive the car when that happens. 1.5 now. Closing all the time, 1 minute 40. to come right down. And you definitely don't want traffic in front of you crashing. There we go. Gap is 1.1. Probably going to be under a second this time round. Matteo Buchelt will know that Oliver Heiser is there. I'll have the Jaws music playing. You don't want wayward traffic getting in the way of this battle. That's one way to make sure the traffic doesn't get involved. Oliver Heiser with a bit of a shoulder. Oh, Oliver Heiser just about hangs on to that. A little bit of a wobble there with too much curb. I mean, he had the gap at 0.6. That took it back to like 1.1. So he's pushing really, really hard at the moment. So who's going to crack first? Will it be Matteo Buchelt or Oliver Heiser? 40 seconds to go now. 0.7 of a second. It's the first time really in this front-wheel drive class that we've seen a gap be closed down, or like a 3-second gap be closed down. So they're going on. Are they likely to make the extra lap? I think this pair will make the extra lap as well. Matteo Buchelt won't really want that extra lap. That's another lap that he's got to defend. And having that traffic in front of him, he certainly doesn't want that. So we're going to go through and begin the last lap. He's got there. Oliver Heiser is right on the bumper. And they are on their final lap now. Oliver Heiser trying to find his way through. He's done the hard work. He's caught him. So Oliver Heiser trying. Has a look. Oh, touches it. Ends up on the grass. So Matteo Buchelt takes the win there. Already had the first position sealed anyway, did Oliver Heiser, having won the first two legs. Did all the hard work, catching him right back up again. Good drive though, good keeping his head from Matteo Buchelt. Would have been so easy to throw that away, and really good. We go to seeing the overall results, or the current overall results of Modified. We know that Bruno Coelho has taken the win. Michal Orlovsky currently sitting in second from Ronald Volker. Mark Reinhardt also up there. Eric Dankol, Marco Kaufmann. So podium positions to be decided. And of course, if Bruno's sitting it out, there's a 1 going begging for someone. So someone like a Mark, a 1 would go very nicely with his 3 to give him a 4. Michal, Ronald will be looking for adding, 1s to their 2s to make it 3 points overall. All that we know is Bruno has got the overall win at the minute. So we will bring you that action later on. Here we go then, a final. Daniel Perlman has already won the first 2 legs. But what a hero. He's taking the start for leg number 3 as well. He wants to complete the deal. Soren Sparbeer.
Just fancies it. He just fancies it, I guess.
He does, absolutely. Soren Sparbeer starting in second position. Adam Isay third. Andy Murray will start fourth. Stefan Schultz fifth. Enrico Jung in sixth position. Stefan Kroner, Loris Buchelt, Emily Rathajski and Lennart Buchelt. Last 2 finals have been quite Buchelt heavy.
Team Buchelt.
Indeed.
And Team Rathajski.
Yeah. And as we established earlier, not Team Donath.
It's a forgivable mistake.
Yes, absolutely. So, preventing Christian Donath from an evening a night on the sofa tonight. Jasmine is not his daughter. So, not started. There's a couple of cars out of position at the back of the grid. So they're on the wrong side of the grid. Of course, the poleman in this case, Poleman, gets to choose his side of the grid and pick where he wants to sit, whether it's inside or outside. As we heard from Bruno earlier, inside of the grid is, although it's the shortest line to the first corner, it's not the cleanest, so it's easier to make a good start from the outside. And again, he gets a good launch up round that banking. Daniel Poleman. Some of the other guys will be quite relieved, actually, I think, to see him out there and not giving an opportunity for 1 point. Other drivers to score 1 point. If you've come second in 2 legs, and ended up with 4 points, you're pretty fed up then to get beaten by someone who has come third in 1 leg and then gets an opportunity to, manages to win the final leg because the guy who has been doing all the winning just isn't there. So it's as you were off of the grid, but Adam Isay is applying the pressure to Soren Sparbeer, and looks like he's made his way past, actually. So Soren Sparbeer a little bit wide, gets right offline, and Andy Murray now up to 3rd position. So Soren Sparbeer now fighting rearguard action, makes another mistake, and that allows Stefan Schultz through. So Adam Isay we're watching at the moment from it's Andy Murray, Stefan Schultz, and Soren Sparbeer at the tail end of that. And in fact, Enrico Young's probably about to go past Soren as well, so not working out for him. Andy Murray with the yellow-coloured car, crawling all over the back of Adam Isay. We'll try and give him a bit of a surprise. He's having a look. He's down the inside. Andy Murray slides through on the inside. Round the outside of Isay. Isay spins off. I don't think that was any contact with Andy Murray there. I don't know if Stefan Schultz got involved in that. That looked like... there didn't appear to be any contact, certainly from what I could see there. I don't think there was any contact between Andy Murray. I'm not sure if Stefan Schultz had any contact. And Andy Murray puts it on its roof, gets back on his wheels again. Stefan Schultz now from 5th on the grid up into 2nd position. And Soren Sparbeer, having looked to be struggling a little bit earlier, back up into 3rd position, but sideways coming round. Andy Murray, we saw him do this yesterday. He got himself up into the lead, and again, too much curb, and just popped it over onto its roof. Daniel Poleman, meanwhile, 2 seconds in the lead from the car we've just seen exiting out the front of shot. Soren Sparbeer's car looks pretty evil on corner exit. He's sort of getting to the middle of the corner, and it's wanting to step out. Andy Murray trying to drive around the outside of him, and Adam Isay also getting involved. He wants past Andy Murray and tags the back of Andy. A little bit of a wobble from Andy, who manages to hang on to it. So we're watching the yellow car of Andy Murray and the blue car of Adam Isay, and Adam tagged Andy and stepped out of the way. I think that's Enrico Jung now that he's just let back through, thinking that might have been Andy. It was, because Andy had ended up on the grass and is now down towards the tail of the field. So a bit of a mistaken identity there. Enrico Jung's car is a more lemony yellow, not quite as vivid as Andy Murray's fluoro yellow. This is Stefan Schultz we're with, meanwhile. Now we've got gaps everywhere, all over the field. Adam Isay's back down towards the back of the field as well, so he has waited somewhat for Andy Murray. Daniel Poleman, meanwhile, with 1 minute to go. Let's pick him up. We haven't really followed him at all. He's just coming out onto the main straight now. The minty green coloured car. And that's exactly how his car has looked all weekend. Absolutely mint. It is just heading round past the traffic. They're getting out of its way. Into the final minute. One leg 1, one leg 2. Looks like he's about to win leg 3. Job done. Little bit of a sideways slide there for the crowd. Thought he was going for a Gilles Panizzi moment and do a donut for them. 30 seconds left to go. Daniel Pohlmann looking really comfortable out in front. Has every time he's been on the track. Missed a couple of rounds of qualifying. Oh, and as we say that, pops the car on its roof. Stefan Schultz through into the lead. Commentator's curse strikes again. Stefan Schultz, now one car in front of this, is leading, and is that going to be the last lap? Very possibly. Time expires. Stefan Schultz crosses the line. He's led one lap all week, and it was the final lap. It was the lap that mattered. So Stefan Schultz takes the leg win there, and I would think that may well give him second overall. Let's just get an update on that and see what that has done. Indeed, it has given him second overall. So Daniel Pohlmann with the first two leg wins. Stefan Schultz winning that last leg adds very nicely to his second in leg number 2 and bumps him up to second position overall, with Soren Sparbe in third position. Adam Isay fourth overall, and Andy Murray comes in 5th. And there we go, we're just seeing that confirmed with the overall positions. So 1 and a 1 for Daniel Pohlmann, and all within one lap of being 3-1s. Stefan Schultz with a 1 and a 2. It would have been enough anyway, because it didn't really affect anything. He would have secured it anyway with another second place would have given him 4 points. So still would have given him second place over Soren Sparbe. So didn't have any impact on the result, that mistake from Daniel Pohlmann right at the end of that one. But that is the front wheel drive class done. We now have, what do we have? We have the Formula B final. We're going to decide between Andy Frattaroli and Michael Hauptley. It might not be a big decision looking at the drivers on the rostrum. Driver on the rostrum. Okay. We might be about to see a demonstration run here.
Treat it like Super Pole.
Yeah. Oh, no, here we go. Is this? No, we've got more referee. We've got more referees than we have drivers. We have more referees on the stand than we have drivers currently. No, here we go. We've got another driver ascending the steps to the rostrum. So there is another driver heading up there. So we're going to see.
That'll be Andy.
It will be Andy Frattaroli.
Andy, the president of the Swiss Federation, and Michael also driving for the Swiss Federation, so this is a bit of a Swiss national.
It is. I mean, you can say what you like about them, but their flag's a big plus, isn't it?
That's your one dad joke of the day.
It is. That's all I'm allowed. That's my quota. Andy Frattaroli going to lead away from Michael Hauptley. Andy taking leg 1, hard fought, winning it by 13 laps after Michael retired. Michael then returning the favour and putting nearly a lap into Andy in the second leg. So demonstration drive from these guys at the front of the B final, and change of lead. Andy Frattaroli now Michael Hauptley leading this one from Andy Frattaroli.
4 minutes and 20 still to go.
4 minutes and 20 still to run. Still relatively close. There's still only 1.5 seconds between them.
4 minutes.
Michael Hauptley now has a lead of 5.4 seconds. And we see Andy Frattaroli on the grass, so that is going to extend Michael Hauptley's lead.
Volunteer marshals, all marshals from the club, please.
Michael Hauptley going to show that you can lose a wheel in the first leg and still win overall. Never give
possibly.
up, that's what that says.
Absolutely. Still a really good opportunity. Is he going to lap Andy Frattaroli? What is he? He's nearly 12 seconds to the good. What's his average lap? Average lap 16.5. Could be on. It's 12.6 seconds now. Last lap was 0.7 faster. Could well be on. We're running with Andy Frattaroli's car. We said it earlier, but Andy's car super quick in the wet yesterday. But whatever rain gods he was praying for, they have stayed away. I can't believe, looking at the forecast coming into this, I was sure that we would be sitting here with 3 days of rain. And apart from a brief sort of shower yesterday morning, which even that, the timing of it, it was kind of perfect because it's, you know, we'd already had seeding on Thursday. We had, so everybody was kind of sorted into roughly the right order anyway. So it didn't have any impact on the qualifying heats that they ended up in. And it was pretty much all wet for the Formula class, pretty much all wet for the front-wheel drive class. Started drying out a bit through the stock class, but even then, by the time you got to the top of it, like the top couple of heats, who you'd expect to be at the front of it anyway, they had the best track conditions. So you didn't even really get randomisation of the results of the heat, save for sort of one or two people. Even then, so you know the weather really fortunate. Here we go with 1 minute left. Looks like Andy Frattaroli about to go a lap down and has just gone a lap down to Michael Hauptley. Let's pick up Michael's car, the lead of those two, the sort of white and blue coloured car as he runs for home now with 50 seconds. We've followed Andy around. Michael losing a wheel earlier, but a lap to the good, so needs to get, well, if he can get himself round for another 20 seconds or so, he's got a 17-second lead, which is over one lap. So pretty soon we'll be getting to the point where even if he was to stop, he couldn't be caught. Michael Hauptley looking like, as Matt pointed out, despite losing a wheel, going to take the overall win. Pretty sure he is within that point now. He might just sneak the extra lap as well, just to really drive it home. So as the timer counts down to 0, he has made it through onto the extra lap. So he'll show as having completed 2 laps more than Andy Frattaroli. He hasn't lapped him twice. It just means that he has done... he made the split, and Andy Frattaroli didn't, but there we go. There's a win for Michael Hauptley over Andy Frattaroli. And no start for Renier Grimminger. Hasn't run all day, but we're now set for the A-main. We've already seen Andreas Stiebler win both legs so far. So looking at the overall ranking list to see who needs what. Andreas Stiebler with 2 1s. Gergo Valent's got a 2 and a 2, so he's in a pretty strong position. Michael Lipperheider with a 3 and a 3. So essentially the battle for second on the podium now is between Gergo Valent and Michael Lipperheider. If either one of them wins this leg, they get themselves second on the podium. On that one, David Erbar, he's got 4 and a 4. If you add a 1 to that to get a 5, he could jump Michael Lipperheider. He can't reach Gergo Valent's score. So David Erbar currently in fourth place. A leg win could get him third at best on there. So there are things to watch out for. Looks like Andreas choosing not to run in this one and hasn't checked in. So we're going to see cars form up on the grid. Now this could be interesting because we know the unfavoured second grid position being occupied by Michael Lipperheider, which is now effectively pole position with Gergo Valent on the slightly further back but favoured outside position, especially with these rear-wheel drive cars. So we'll see who gets the better launch off the line. I wouldn't be surprised to see Gergo Valent drive around the outside of Michael Lipperheider. So we can see Michael with the white front, yellow centre, green rear. Gergo with the all-white car. There's David Erbar in fourth position. Third of the starters. They get away, and we saw Lipperheider defending hard from Gergo. Lipperheider holds on to that one from Gergo Valent then. So it looked like Gergo, he did get off the line slightly better, but it was almost, it was too good but not quite good enough to start. He didn't get all the way alongside. And didn't get a chance to try and have a run around the outside. Michael Lipperheider running in second position then from Gergo Valent. The battle for second overall. Andreas Stiebler having already won the first two legs. He has been the class of the field. He had been the class of the field all week. Michael Lipperheider getting himself second on the grid by dint of setting the fastest time in the wet conditions yesterday. Darren Gale just keeping out of the way of these two. Gergo winding on the pressure, knowing that second position on the podium's just in front of him. David Erbar having a fairly quiet weekend by his standards, in third position, and we've seen a change for the lead there. So the white car of Gergo Valent just slipping through with much better drive in a straight line there through past some more traffic. 3 minutes 30 seconds to go. See if Gergo can start escaping. And Gergo has a bit of a coming together with some traffic. That allows Michael Lipperheider round the outside of him, gets a run on him. Lipperheider back to the front. Let's see if Gergo can repeat his extra drive as they come out onto the main straight next to each other, round through the bank turn. We still have Lipperheider leading. Gergo taking a wider exit off of the sweeper, cutting back onto the inside, trying to get on the power earlier and get a bit of a run to come out onto the main straight once more. And Lipperheider going defensive. Gergo Valent trying to make use of the wide line. The extra momentum carries a bit more speed, but Lipperheider doing what he needs to. There we go, a bit of a switch over, and Gergo Valent manages to wrong foot Michael Lipperheider, makes him turn inside. There's more traffic that they're passing, only at half distance in this race. We've seen it sort of ebbing and flowing between these two. Good race going on out in front. Gergo Valent currently doing what he needs to seal second position overall. This would also see Michael Lipperheider in third position on the podium, joining Andreas Stiebler, who won the first two legs. Lipperheider now coming back, still under 0.4 of a second. Lipperheider realising that he needs to pass Gergo Valent to stand any chance. He's ducking, he's diving, he's weaving. There's two cars in front of them, 1.5 minutes left. They're past one. They're past two.
All right, 1 minute and 20
Less than 3/10 still. Lippahide has a look, doesn't quite come off. Gergo Valent looked like he had a lot more pace in the car, and he seems to have tightened up. He's tensed right up. The movements of the car, he's not flowing like it was. He seems to be... the nerves have got to him a little bit, I think. He just looked really mechanical in his inputs into the car. It's just not flowing quite as freely as it did, and Michael Lippahide winding the pressure on with 1 minute to go. Let's see if Gergo Valent can resist this. Remember, the winner of this will take second overall. Third place on offer to whoever finishes second. Gergo Valent seems to have got his head back together. He's taken a deep breath. He's just broken the will, I think, of Michael Lippahide. He's got the gap out towards 6/10 now. One last charge from Michael Lippahide towards the back of Gergo Valent. They're beginning what will be their last lap now. 4/10 the gap. They're on their final lap now. Lippahide throwing everything at this. Valent just needs to keep it clean for these last few corners as they come around the last corner. Hasn't worked for Lippahide, so Gergo Valent takes the second overall by winning the final leg from Michael Lippahide. Really good battle there on that one. And let's just confirm what that's done with the overall. Pretty certain we know. And indeed, we have Andreas Stiebler with 2 1s. Gergo Valent with a 1 and a 2. Michael Lippahide with a 2 and a 3. Just confirming what we knew there.
So we've only got one champion left to confirm today. It's all still to play for the podiums, but as we enter Spec, this is the one that's all to play for, right?
This is, yes. So we have story of Spec so far, if you're just joining us. Simon Lauter, TQ man, and took 4 rounds of qualifying yesterday. Jan Ratajski took round number 4 of qualifying, but crucially he set a faster time whilst doing it than Simon had done previously. What that meant was that going into the last round of qualifying, if Jan won it, he would take TQ because he had a faster time. So Simon did really well, resisted the pressure. He won the first leg pretty comfortably. He was a couple of seconds in the lead in leg number 2 and just took too much curb in the middle and put the car on its roof, and that allowed Jan through, and Jan resisted the pressure, took the win. So we're now with 1 leg win each from Simon Lauter, who finished second, and Jan Ratajski, who finished second in the first leg and won the second leg. So it's kind of winner takes all between them. It's going to come down to fingers and thumbs, I think. We'll have a look at the final times in a moment because the tiebreak will come down to whoever set the fastest time. So I will check on those in a little bit. But we're getting set for the E-final. And Dominic Schmid. Dominic Schmid, weirdly, hasn't run any of the first 2 legs. I don't know why you'd skip the first 2. I can understand skipping the third leg if you've won the first 2, but I wouldn't see why you'd sit out the first 2 legs and then do the third leg, unless you're nursing a pretty epic hangover or something like that. But yeah, that's anyway. Dominic Schmid leading from Jaroslav Kritz. Want to watch out for as well Jaroslav Kritz Senior, because he made his way up from 12th on the grid. If you're wondering why there's more than 10, it was just an agreement between the drivers to knock a final out of the day. But going to see if he makes his way forward from there. But Jaroslav Kritz Jr. Won the first leg. Just going to see how this ends up being sorted towards the end. If Jaroslav Kritz Sr. manages to insert himself on the podium again, because he's already got 2 top 3s. If he manages another one, just seeing Andrew Walters get biffed out the way as well, just out of the corner of my eye. But we are watching at the front. Dominic Schmid leading this one from Jaroslav Kritz. Dominic driving the white front, yellow centre, black rear car. Jaroslav Kritz, the white front, pink rear. Less than 0.3 of a second between them. Jaroslav Kritz holds a bit of a tighter line through the banking. Just looks like his car holds its line a little bit better mid-corner. Just comes off the corner with a little bit more speed. It's whether he can use that 1/4 of a second between them. You can just see there, he's just able to get a slightly tighter line without scrubbing that speed off. And again, a little bit tighter, a little bit tighter. Still needs an opening though. Dominic Schmidt driving defensive, driving tight. You can see parked it on the apex of the corner there. Didn't give the opportunity for Jaroslav Kritz to get on the throttle. See if he's got any kind of an overlap. Here's the opportunity. Didn't quite get on the ins, didn't get far enough alongside. Again, it was almost too close to him then in the banking. Had to back out of it. Couldn't carry that speed that he had on the way in through. A little bit of a wobble there from Dominic Schmid. Super close. It's almost like Jaroslav Kritz is currently running, he's running too close, as daft as that sounds, to Dominic Schmid. He's not able to use that mid-corner speed that he's got to get the exit onto the following straight. He's now made a very small mistake and dropped back. Let's see if that actually allows him an opportunity to carry some extra speed off of a corner. Not like that, it won't. Little bit of a wobble there with 2 tyres on the grass. He's still got 1.5 minutes left. He still has time to try and make his way through. Here we go, he's back right with him again. Still looking like he can. Turn down the inside. Dominic Schmidt driving a very tight line. If he is driving with a hangover, this will sober him right up. But as they come through, it's certainly going to have caught his attention. Still holding on, 1 minute 20 to go. And on its roof, Dominic Schmid had it in his hands, threw it away. Let's just see exactly what he did there, because again, that didn't look, we've seen this with other cars. It doesn't look like they're taking that much curve. It started earlier on in the corner. It was a progressive thing as he turned in. As he turned in, it just flipped up on 2 wheels, and it just carried on going over. So Jaroslav Kritz now with a 2-second lead from Dominic Schmidt. The speed of them was such that they're already, the speed of them so far in the run was such that they were already that far in front that no one extra came past them. Jaroslav Kritz would take the overall win, although he has just collected a back marker as well. Got slowed, but with 20 seconds to go, his lead gap is 1.4 seconds. This, the E-Final. Last time these guys will be on track this weekend. Jaroslav Kritz makes it through, as does Dominic Schmid. Dominic's got the gap down to 1.5 seconds.
Waiting for the last start. And here we go. All cars are finished. Jaroslav Kritz with a win in the third E-main. Dominic Schmidt in second. Peter Knudsen in third. Jaroslav Kritz in fourth.
Jaroslav Kritz taking that one.
Victoria Kennedy in 8. Markovic in 9. Simmons Daniel in 10. Daniel Laszlo did not start.
You can see Zach up there getting us some pictures. Again, they'll be available for your viewing pleasure on EFRA.ws. Nicely galleried away.
Welcome to you. If you've just tuned in, you're watching the EFRA 1/10th Electric Track European Championships. Coming to you live from Türkheim in Germany. It's finals day. We're nearly there. This is Spec. This is the D final of Spec. We still have an A final of this class to decide the overall winner. There's still plenty of action to go over the next hour and a bit. Thank you to Monaco RC for supporting this stream and for being the title sponsor. Also thank you to Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Lens Bodies and X-Ray.
Niklas Storm has won the first two legs of this final, but is taking the start again.
Alright, 13 main DC Spec. Again, our race leader from the start, Niklas Storm.
Niklas Storm leads away from lap 1 from Roberto Fabiano.
Good first lap, keep it up guys. Keep it nice and clean.
Fabiano holding on to second position from Zerold. And Boris Saladi, so it's kind of as you were. Only Darko Meister from 10th on the grid makes his way up into 7th position.
So we have a pack of 3 cars fighting for the position number 3. Boris is there and Flavio. Then behind is Victor, Dalton 13. Nice racing, keep it up.
We're running at the moment with the second place car of Fabiano. Roberto Fabiano running in second position. Niklas Storm, having won the first two legs, just out there to enjoy himself. And who can argue with that? A nice Sunday drive on a Saturday. Our cars fairly evenly spaced out at the moment.
Also Victor and Patrick fighting for position number 7 on the back straight. Victor in blue and yellow.
I think there's a good battle going on 2 cars back. Let's just see if we can pick those up as they flash through the sweeper. In fact, it's not as exciting as it looks on the timing screen. They looked very close to one another. They're probably the closest battle going out on track, and in fact, that was the 5 car of Paladin. Looks quite similar to Niklas Storm, but Niklas Storm out in front. And in fact, Fabiano's got the gap down to 0.8 of a second. Let's pick those two up again, just as they come round out towards the main straight. So white with the red sides on it, and the all blue car down the main straight now. So that is our leader, Niklas Storm. Roberto Fabiano down to 0.7 now, just behind him. He's an all blue coloured car. There we go, just in the back of shot. Crossed the line that time, just up over 1 second. So I don't know if Niklas Storm has seen the impending danger. I think the other drivers would be quite happy for him to pick up 3 1s.
1 minute and 50.
Nine tenths of a second now.
So now we have Roberto Fabiano in second.
Some traffic that have passed. So we're still running with Roberto Fabiano. Closing on the car in front of him, or trying to close on the car of Niklas Storm.
Car number 2 right behind Oliver Blue, Roberto Fabiano.
1 minute remaining.
Last couple of laps for Niklas.
Niklas Storm now 1.5 seconds in front. Roberto Fabiano still running in second position. It's 1.3 seconds. There's not a huge amount going on in terms of close battles. Any of the cars that look fairly close to one another are lapped cars. So 20 seconds left to go. 1.5 second lead for Niklas Storm. Niklas having won the first 2 legs. Be quite happy to roll home for the 3rd leg. See Sinan Kaptan just having a body tuck pulled out of his car. So time has expired for Roberto Fabiano. Niklas Storm is still running, the only driver to make an extra lap. Roberto brings it round anyway, crosses the line, so time has expired. Niklas Storm wins all 3 legs. We were going to check, weren't we, with the Spec, who has got the best final times. So let's have a look at this one. Let's have a look. Final run.
This one.
Yes, there we go. That's what we want to see. So Simon Lauter has the fastest time with a 22.303. Jan Ratajski a 3.04. So okay, so we're in a position that effectively it's still winner takes all because points trump anything else. So if Simon or Jan win it, they've won it. In the event it comes to a tie break, because if both of them were to finish third, Ollie Bultink has got, what's he got, a 3. So if he was to win the final leg, his best would be a 4 points. So you'd then get, what would you get? They'd still be on 3 points. Simon would still win it. So effectively, Jan Ratajski needs to win the last leg to win it, because Simon has the tiebreaker advantage in his favour. If Jan fails to win the final leg, Simon Lauter is the winner in stock.
Christian Steinberger on the YouTube chat makes a very interesting point. If Simon Lauter wins leg 3 of TC Spec A final, then we have 4 winners, all from the TQ spot.
Yes, we would.
All winners will have led from TQ to win.
Yes, indeed. That would be. I mean, it shows that qualifying works effectively. It puts the fastest drivers in order. Looks like Alex Kunkler not taking the start in this one, having already won the first 2 legs. Hoping that we get some similarly tall drivers on the podium with him, otherwise it's going to look very odd. Simon Horak, Mark Valent, Jasmine Donath, definitely not the daughter of Christian, out there in 4th position. David Erbar, Riccardo Fanili, they have led away. Simon Horak leading off with his red coloured car, with I think there's some sort of white detail, 1 white stripe down it. Mark Valent in 2nd position. And Jasmine Donath, she'd got herself up into right up at the pointy end of the leg last time, and then just rolled the car over a curb. Again, they're doing some weird stuff where you take just a tiny amount too much curb. I almost wonder if it's it's like side bite on the tyre that the car just hops and digs in. But right out of the front, we've got Mark Valent crawling all over the back of Simon Horak. Jasmine Donath just sat back there, just watching, just observing, content to see if she can pick up the position from them. Great run off of the corner there from Mark Valent. Popped the car up on the curb and managed to lay down the power. That will have... He just ran out of space to pass Simon Horak. Not quite as good that time. Not sure if it was intentional or not. that look, but they touch and pop up on the curb. I think both of them just hesitated as they picked up the throttle there, but you know, the front four covered by, what have we got, just less than a second, covering the top four at the moment. Yeah, it's top four covered by 0.8 of a second. You can see them all on shot. We've got Simon Horak wheels and straight over onto the curb, back onto her wheels, and drops her down the field. So exactly the same thing that befell her earlier. Simon Horak still leading it from Mark Valent. David Urbar now into third position after that very small but costly mistake from Jasmine Donath.
White and yellow, directly behind, white and blue. Fight for position number 5. Don't side by side. Alright, keep it clean. Looking back in front. No chicane from
Mark Valent still trying to find his way past with a minute and a half to go. He's led since the start, but his lead has never been more than half a second. Mark Valent has a look round the outside. Let's have a look. Can he cut back? No, he can't. Not quite. Let's see if he can get better drive. No, there's no gap there. Let's just see if he can set him up, get him to hold a tighter line. Can he undercut him coming out onto the straight? No, he can't. Let's go. It's a lower line into the sweeper. There we go. There's an opportunity. No, there's not. Here we go. He's got him. He's straight through. So good. No, it's come back. So there we go. Finally, Mark Valent makes his way through, but Simon Horak is not done. David Urbar just, hey guys, I'm here. Having a look, poking his head round the corner as well. So 47 seconds to go. Super, super tight out in front. Mark Valent now leading this one from Simon Horak. Simon defending super, super hard. Mark Valent being the one to push. Now Mark Valent having to defend. David Urbar pops it on its roof. Down to 2. Has a look on the inside. There we go. Simon Horak back to the front with 20 seconds to go. Simon Horak now leading this one from Mark Valent. As they come through, this is going to be, let's have a look. This should be their final lap that they're on. As they come through, it's going to be super tight whether they make it onto an extra lap. They're not. So here we go as they cross the line. Simon Horak does get that back, so he had the lead, held the lead for a long time, and just lost it briefly to Mark Valent, and then Valent just managed to get himself back in front at the end. Little shake of the head from Jasmine Donath there at the end, with her little mistake on the curb. But Simon Horak taking that leg from Mark Valent. That is the C final for Spec. Complete. Getting set for the B final now. Couple of minutes till the start of this final. Just having a look again at our overalls. Benjamin Elbiser currently leading this one then from Lucas Ellebrock. Tied on points, so it's Elbiser versus Ellebrock for the overall win on this one. They're already first and second on the podium. We are just deciding the order.
Alright, third female GT Spec. Drivers ready, corner marshals ready.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Launch away at the start.
Third female GT Spec.
Elbisair leading from Ellerbrook. Very, very nearly contact. I think Lucas Ellerbrook had to check right up there to stop creaming into the back of Benjamin Elbisair. Benjamin, the mainly the all red coloured car. That's Lucas Ellerbrook, the white front, yellow centre, blue rear. Takes the slightly high line through the sweep. Cutting back and tries a move, and I think that's going to end up with a body tuck for him. It really didn't come off for him as they cross, and I think they collected. I think it was Jeremy Delalondre dropping down the order. It was. That was very, very unfortunate for Jeremy. Lucas Ellerbrook has not come round for a second time. So is that a car breakage? I think Benjamin Elbisair has just won the B final. Without actually having to do anything. He can't be caught on points. He was on 3 points already. So I think we're seeing this one with Benjamin Elbisair already leading the rankings from Lucas Ellerbrook. I'm just waiting to see if we get Lucas crossing the line. Don't think we have. He's done. He's out. So Benjamin Elbisair now having the opportunity to drive around freely at the front. Even if he was to stop now, the only person that could deny him the win, the only other person on 3 points, Lucas Ellerbrook, is out of the race. Next person is Enzo Ruslan. With a, what's he got? He's got a 3 and a 7. He could reach 4 points with a win. He couldn't get to a 3. So that is why we already know that Benjamin Elbisair, he already had the fastest time of the two. He is going to be the winner overall because his only possible contender of Lucas Ellerbrook cannot now get the single point that he needed to beat him. It's the same situation in the next final as well. That we're going to have. If Jan Ratajski wins, Jan Ratajski is European champion. Anybody else wins, Simon Lauter is European champion, whether that's Simon himself or any other driver. So critical for Jan. Jan knows, in a sense, it's good. He knows what he needs to do. Jan just needs to win. And yeah, everything else will take care of itself. He wins, he's on 2 points. He's European champion. Makes it nice and simple. There's no other possible sort of permutations that can play out. Podium will be a little bit harder to predict. We might have to get fingers and thumbs out for that one afterwards, but we will check in on that as soon as we know. Meanwhile, back to this final. Benjamin Elbisair is leading this one. We're running with him. The car just behind him was Enrico Jung, who's just put the car on the grass. He's still second, but he's dropped to 1.5 seconds back. A bit of a commentator's curse on that one, but saying that there was a car quite close to him. He was very close. He was like 6/10 away, and it's dropped back now to like 1.7 seconds. 1 minute 18. So we'll stick with Benjamin Elbisair.
Once again, 1 minute to go. Huge gap there for Benjamin.
Watching Benjamin Elbisser looking set to take the win here. There is a good battle going on between Soren Sparby, Maxim Ripoll and Frederick Hovgaard for the final podium position. That's on the main straight now, actually. Let's pick that up because I think Benjamin Elbisser is well gone out the front. Here we go. This is picking up the battle. So that is Soren Sparby. Maxim Ripoll is the orange-coloured car as we go into the last 30 seconds. Ripoll has a look on the inside contact and gets... he was a little bit uncompromising coming out onto the straight, and Soren Sparby gave some of it back, and I think Frederick Hovgaard said thank you very much, and there we go, pops up into third position with the green car. So Soren Sparby now in fourth position. Benjamin Elbisser, meanwhile, 2 seconds to the good, is going to come round to cross the line. He has him and Enrico Young, the only drivers to make the extra lap. Frederick Hovgaard kind of got handed third place at the end. They're not handed third place, but was in the right place to pick up when there were elbows out between Maxim Ripoll and Soren Sparby. So Benjamin Elbisser takes that one and takes the overall final. We knew that anyway after a few laps when Lucas Ellerbrock unfortunately had to retire along with Jeremy Delalondre on there. So here we go, the A final, leg number 3. You can see some gesticulating going on as the rostrum is left. But yeah, some slightly unhappy drivers there. Just about some of the contact that happened in that one. But as we've already discussed in this one, the only 2 drivers that can win, Simon Lauter, Jan Rathajski. Jan needs to win to end up on 2 points. Simon, if he wins, he's on 2 points. If anybody other than Jan wins, he's in front on the tie-break. No one else can get to the 3 points that they've got, because we've got Ollie Bultink, Max Mackler both on 3 points. If either of them win, they end up on 4 points on there. So that's what it's looking like for our podium battle at the moment. So remember, Simon Lauter with his head in his hands last time, doing everything he needed till about 1 minute 30 to go. Let's see how he is around that curb this time. Let's see if he gives it a little bit more respect. Cars released out onto the circuit.
Third Elec Spec. Drivers ready, corner office ready.
Cars formed up on the grid. Simon Lauter angled towards the inside again. All set.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Simon Lauter launches off the line, and that's not a good start for Jan Rathajski. Did exactly what Ronald Volker did, put a tyre on the grass. Max Mackler up into second position. That might just have been the European Championship decided already in favour of Simon Lauter. Remember, the only way that Simon can be denied the title is if Jan wins this leg. That start wasn't going to help him. He is down in sixth position, and he's got to make his way past an awful lot of Simon's teammates to get there. And Jan now back at the tail of the field. That really hasn't worked out for Jan. He is already the best part of half a lap down on Simon Lauter, so I think we have just seen Simon Lauter become the European champion. We need to wait another 4 minutes to confirm it, but the only thing that will deny him is a Jan Ratajski win, and that is looking extremely unlikely at the moment, barring some kind of meteor strike on the circuit. Simon Lauter leading from Max Mackler, Ollie Boltink, Christian Donath, Adam Isay, Manuel Wagner, Martin Huddy, Jesper Rasmussen. Jan Ratajski drops the tail of the field. Has Jan retired? I think Jan may have stopped. Jan Ratajski has retired, so we are watching our new European champion, Simon Lauter. Simon already having a win and a second. No one else can get to the 3 points. Let's see if he can bump it up to 2 points. Does he now start thinking that he can help some of his teammates out? Potentially. It's not really going to change anything because it would only be Max and Oliver Boltink, Max Mackler and Oliver Boltink, either one of those, to finish third on the podium. Currently it would be Max Mackler who would pick the final podium spot, I believe. We'll have to work that one out afterwards. But Simon Lauter running with him at the minute. Let's move our focus back, actually one car to Max. There we go, that is Max and Ollie. Max Mackler, the white front, orange rear car. Ollie Boltink, the all-white car. Simon Lauter still leading this one pretty comfortably, but he could stop at this point if he wanted to. I don't know if he is aware yet that he has already won the championship, whether he'd concerned himself with the permutations before he went out there. Some people don't like to know, they just go out and win. It'll take care of itself. 2 wins, no one can beat me, job done. Really, really close though, this battle that we are watching between Max Mackler and Ollie Boltink. 2.3 seconds down the road is our new champion, Simon Lauter. So Simon on a cruise for home. It was about this point last time that he popped it over one of the curbs on the infield. It was this curb here that we've just come past. He's got further than he did last time. That's a big mental block for him that he's overcome. We're going to get ready to go and have a chat with Simon Lauter, who will become our new European champion. We will leave you with Max and Ollie running around at the front. On the switchback, Max and Ollie on the back straight. 45 seconds to go. Simon Lauter still in the lead, car number 1. 40 seconds away from the win in his third A-main. Seconds to go, side by side, Ollie and Max. They will come back there, good race, he's keeping up. Not the favor for Max.
20 seconds away from Simon Lauter being confirmed as EFRA European champion. 1/10 electric touring car, Spec class. His final lap. As James said, it's already confirmed, really, with Jan Ratajski unfortunately retiring. So congratulations go to Simon. I'm sure he is ecstatic with his European Championship title. Congratulations to all of the drivers. Max and Simon. Max giving the congratulations to Simon. Ollie there as well. Gives him a hug. Fantastic result. And we'll... he's posing with the photo. There he is, getting photo with Zach. Congratulations to Simon. Fantastic trophy. Let's hear from him with James.
Nearly had it in the second leg.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm just happy after fucking up A2. Super dumb. I was the lucky one this time, but of course I would have rather battled it out with Jan on track. But I think he had a spin at the start or something. I didn't even notice what was going on.
Yeah, Jan, it was pretty similar to Ronald in the modified leg. He put a tyre on the grass and spun, went towards the back of the field. Did you know that effectively once he was out, once he didn't, he needed to win, didn't he, to take it off?
Yeah, I was rather relieved to hit, but still, I would have battled it out because I know I had it in the car and in myself, and it's unlucky for him, but yeah, still, I'm happy with the result and nothing more to add.
No, okay, perfect. Well, we'll let you get on, and Marshall, congratulations again.
Thank you very much for that, and thank you for everyone helping me.
Here we go. Third time, Benjamin Gavira leading the rest of the group for the first lap. And we are flowing in second, Karin third, Komansova in fourth. 4 minutes and 35 seconds still to go.
And we're into modified now. 3 races left to go of this European Championship. This is modified C final, the third leg. And we'll be going right the way up to the A final, third leg, where we'll be deciding the rest of the podium positions.
Yep, back in the booth now. So, like Matt has just said, sorry, it took a little bit longer to fight my way back. There's a few crowds now that people have finished racing for the day. There's a few more people stood around the outside of the track, just taking in the atmosphere. Now they haven't got cars to prep, so a little bit harder to make our way back into the booth. But we're there. Ben Jabira out in front of this one. Let me just check what he did earlier. Got a feeling he's won 2 legs already. No, he hasn't. Dai Sakaguchi has won first 2 legs. Dai currently running in 3rd position at the minute. So a close battle going on actually between Florian Wilhelm and Benjamin Jabira. Benjamin is the yellow car with the black sides on it. Florian Wilhelm, the white. There's a slight sort of green flash down the side of it and mainly yellow at the rear. And Dai Sakaguchi is a bit late to the party, but he is the orangey red coloured car just at the back of that shot. So there's 1, 2 and 3 all together. So they cross the line. Less than half a second between them. So even here, last tail end of the day, tail end of the week. Some fantastic racing we've seen here. Crowned 3 European champions. Got a European Cup winner. Everybody from TQ as well that we noticed. It was pointed out to us earlier. Dai Sakaguchi up into second position, now winding the pressure on. Dai having taken the first 2 legs already. 2 minutes to go. Just a tighter line underneath. Dropping down, cutting back on the field, and Dai collects the car of Ben Jabira, and Florian Wilhelm says thank you very much, and gleefully collects the lead. Dai did the right thing and waited. Time for Dai to have another go. 1.5 minutes left. That could have opened the door for Florian Wilhelm. There we go. That's what he was trying to do. Dai Sakaguchi up into second place. Practice makes perfect. And I'm not sure what Ben Jabira was doing there off the end of the main straight. Turned in and the car just did a series of donuts. Would possibly indicate lack of drive to one side at the front. Maybe he's had a drive shaft failure or broken a spool out drive on that one. Here comes Dai on Florian Wilhelm. 0.2 of a second. So Dai had the lead very briefly. And Benjamin Jabira still running in third position. So maybe not a car failure if he's still able to get round. 30 seconds to go. Dai Sakaguchi, the second of these 2 cars in shot. He's the mainly orange colour car. Florian Wilhelm just out the front of your shot. Less than 20 seconds to go. Florian looking like he's really struggling now for traction. Really tightening up. They're beginning the last lap as they fire off down the main straight once more. Dai looking everywhere, looking left, looking right, round the outside as he got the traction, can't get the power down. Cuts the inside, there we go. Last lap move for Dai Sakaguchi to take the third leg, having already taken them. Florian Wilhelm, so close. Gets within like 0.3 of a second of winning that leg, but Dai getting that on the final lap there. So really great charge back through the field from Dai Sakaguchi to take that third leg of the final. Already having won the first 2, so was already confirmed as the winner. Obviously we had earlier on the Spec A final up there, so a bit of a chat with Simon Lauter after that. Apologies for any language, but I think you could see the relief on Simon's face on there after he knew what was going on, but so focused was he that he wasn't aware of exactly what had happened to the car of
oh really?
No, he didn't know exactly what had happened to Jan Rathajski, other than he wasn't immediately in his rearview mirror, but he didn't know where he was or anything like that. So that was a controlled drive. Like I said, he'd have liked to have fought it out in a battle, but he's not going to turn down a gift like that. So he knew what he needed to do, and he did it.
What did happen to Jan?
It was pretty much the same as Ronald. He put a tyre on the grass and span and ended up at the tail of the field, and then I think he got involved in a bit of sort of door handling, I think, coming back through the field, and he stopped after a couple of laps. Whether there was some damage to the car or whether he just realised that he wasn't going to achieve the result that he needed. I think at that point he stopped because effectively he had to win. If he did anything other than win, he wasn't going to improve his result. So it just confirmed it. He knew he wasn't going to win, regardless of whether he had damage or not. Antoine Brunet going to lead this one away from Alessio Menicucci. So Brunet and Remy Callins are the 2 drivers with leg wins. Menicucci conveniently spins off So Remy Callens now up into second position. Antoine Brunet well away out in front. And actually, if we remember back to last time, he looked like he had it in his pocket again. He had quite a big lead and span it away. Christopher Krapp finally puts in an appearance in the top three of this final. Has been he's been sort of absent all day. Though I'm just seeing out the corner of my eye, has he crossed the line? No, he's still third. I've just seen a car that looks suspiciously like him in the fence. But we're watching Antoine Brunet out in front of the shot with the all-white coloured car. Remy Callens, main car in focus. White front, yellow rear. Charging round the circuit. This is the leg number 3 of the B final. One more race after this, which will be the A final. It's already been decided. Bruno Coelho winning both legs. Ronald Volker will be looking to atone for his earlier sort of bobble onto the grass. And on its roof from Remy Callens. Chrissy Krapp then will move up into second position. Has he finally got his car sorted for the last race? Oh, that's... there's a lot of us who have done that over the years. It had an absolute nightmare weekend, and the last run of the weekend, something just clicks, and it just comes together, and you have the car that you wish you had at the start of the weekend. At least it's good. It's so some of these results are character building. Sometimes if it doesn't work, but you go home knowing the answer, you can at least relate. Okay, I know what the problem was. I know why. Why did it go wrong? Well, yeah, okay, I kind of know why it went wrong. Why I didn't quite get it right. You can learn that. You can put it in the bank, but you know that you haven't lost it. You haven't completely gone mental, and it's like, why are people that I can normally run with all of a sudden miles down the road from me? It's at least a little bit of solace there. Antoine Brunet 4.6 seconds in front of this car that we are following of Christopher Krapp, though, in second position. Antoine Brunet doing what he needs to with 2 minutes left. If we can move back a couple of cars, looks like there's quite a close battle between Matthias Knopp and Yuri Weisin, those two. And I think Yuri has just got past Matthias. Let's just confirm as they cross the line. Yes, he has. So Yuri Weisin is the predominantly white-coloured car with a sort of orangey bit in the middle. And Matthias Knopp is like the orangey red. Actually looks kind of pink out the window. It's amazing the different how different they look on screen relative to real life through the window. Antoine Brunet's lead down to 2.2 seconds now from Christopher Krapp. And in fact, Chrissy drops off having made a mistake. So Yuri and Matthias we're running with. This is now second and third. Chrissy just out the back of shot. So still not quite got it right. Something sounding very evil just went past us as well, hearing in the background. Lead to fire away down the main straight. Two cars that we're following, Yuri Weisin, Matthias Knopp. Yuri the first of these two cars. 25 seconds to go. Antoine Brunet is leading this one, but he is 3.8 seconds down the road, so we'll stick with this battle to the end. Antoine Brunet, if he wins this leg, he's won it overall, the modified B final. Looking pretty comfortable to do that. We'll stick with this. It's the close battle. Fighting for home. Antoine Brunet just makes the extra lap. Yuri Weisin takes second position. Matthias Knopp is in third position. Antoine Brunet, though, the only driver to make the extra lap. Antoine Brunet taking that and will win the B final overall. Chrissy Grapp straight off the rostrum. Wants to see the end of this weekend. Can't come soon enough.
Well, we're nearly there. This has been a fantastic week of racing. Thank you to EFRA. Go to EFRA.ws to find out more about this kind of racing. And thank you to Monaco RC for being the title sponsor of this event. Just one final left to go where we decide the podium and how everything else stacks up behind Bruno as taking the spoils of modified.
Absolutely. So Bruno not up there on the rostrum. So we currently have Michal Orlovsky with a 2 and a 3, Mark Reinhard with a 3 and a 5, Eric Dankel 4 and a 4, Ronald Volker a 2 and a 7. So we'll start doing some mental gymnastics later on once we see how this pans out. Ronald giving the thumbs up. He's just had someone brush the track on his grid spot. He doesn't want that sideways pull off of the track again. Here we go. Cars released out onto the circuit. We already know Bruno Coelho's the winner. Michal Orlovsky, very good position to hold on to second overall. Ronald Volker, though, he's got clear track in front of him. He's now de facto pole man. If he wins this leg, that'll get him down onto 3 points. That will trump Michal's 5. Mark Reinhard can get himself onto 4 points as well. So a win for Mark would get him second overall. Best Eric can do is 5 points because he has 2 4s. So he would not be able to beat Michal. So I think we're looking for Ronald, Michal and Mark as probably the sort of contenders for second here. It's a bit of an outside chance for Mark, but if he wins this final leg, which of course he's capable of doing, he could well do this. Here we go. Let's see if Ronald gets a good launch already. He's pushed himself over to the left-hand side of his grid box. And that looked like a jump start from Eric Dankel. Michal Orlovsky tried to go around the outside of Ronald Volker, didn't quite make it. Ronald will be incredibly relieved, maybe a little bit tender on the throttle application, just squeezed it smoothly like a tube of toothpaste as he came off the line, just not wanting to spin it up onto the grass. Ronald Volker holding on to the lead from Michal Orlovsky. Eric Dankel is down at the tail of the field. I think he's being called in for a stop-go because of that jump start, quite possibly. Mark Reinhard lurking in third position. So remember the 3 drivers we said we needed to watch out for. They're at the front of this final. Ronald, if he takes this, will take second overall. Michal, if he takes this, will be second overall. Mark would need to win this to get himself really to hold on to his place on the podium. Front 2 look to be going away very, very slightly. Michal crawling all over the back of Ronald. Has a look around the outside, has a look around the inside, down the main straight once more. Michal Orlovsky trying to find his way past Ronald Volker. Cuts to the inside. Michal looked really, really fast in the warm-up this morning. Even caught Bruno, past Bruno. And then, like a true pro, pulled into the pit lane, so he didn't win the practice final. Bruno broke the curse of the practice finals, though, by taking the win in the practice final and taking the win in the first 2 legs after a mistake from Ronald. Ronald, who's still leading this one under immense pressure from Michal Orlowski. Coming up towards half distance now. It's going to feel like a very, very long race for Ronald. Mark Reinhardt still in third. He's less than a second back. Alex Hagberg still in fourth. You can just see Mark flashing to the back of shot there. Small coming together for these two. I think realistically that's what it would need to get Mark out into the front. It doesn't look like he can quite drive up to them on pace. Michal has a look on the inside. Needs a good, clean run. Can't quite get the power down. Huge power from Ronald around the banking. Michal has a look on the inside. Has he got a run here? Round the outside of the banking. Ronald parks it on the inside. He can't do anything about it. Michal still got best part of 2 minutes to try and do something. Cuts to the inside again. He just cannot find a way past. Everywhere he's quicker. Ronald is parking the car on the apex. It almost needs to force Ronald into some kind of defence. There we go. Tight line again from Ronald. Michal looks like he could carry the speed if there wasn't a car parked in the way. Ronald looks to have stemmed the flow very slightly. Little bit of a gap. Up to just over 1/3 of a second into the final minute of track action here from Türkheim. Here this weekend we are watching Ronald Volker. We are watching Michal Orlowski. Off down the main straight once more. You can see Michal Orlowski's father watching at the side of the track, expressionless, as his son tries to chase down Ronald Volker. Last 20 seconds. They're going to have this lap plus one more. Ronald looks to have done what he needs to do. Mark Reinhardt still running it in third position. It's a valiant effort, but they're on to their final lap now, and it looks like Ronald has done all he needs to do to stem the tide. Let's just see as he comes around to cross the line. So Ronald Volker will cross the line, win the third leg, and take second place overall. Michal Orlowski in third position. There we go, an embrace between the two of them. Between Ronald Volker and Michal Orlowski. Ronald Volker taking that identical fastest lap as well. Mark Reinhardt actually with the fastest lap on that one as well. Yeah, identical fastest lap. Just want to see what that's done. There was the overall from Spec. Let's just see what we have with an overall results from Modified. And there we go. Bruno Coelho, we already knew had taken it. Ronald Volker got him second place. Michal Orlowski up into third position there. So there we go. That's our track action for the day. That's track action for the week. Complete.
Fantastic stuff. Absolutely wonderful stuff. He couldn't have got past him, could he? I mean, I don't think anyone could have got past him. When he did have the speed, Volker kept the door closed supremely, didn't he? But Michal, it was great racing. Absolutely great racing.
It was absolutely fantastic racing, yeah, between two drivers at the top of their game. So, yeah, that's really, really good to see. Two drivers at the top of their game. Just a straight, clean fight, clean battle.
Well, it's been a fantastic week, and this has been the EFRA Electric 1/10 track European Championships coming to you live from Türkheim, presented by Monaco RC. We've been RC Racing TV. It's been great to see 4 winners with loads and loads of other proud racers who've done absolutely fantastic representing their countries against the best of Europe. Thank you to Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Lens Bodies and X-Ray. Thanks to Zach on the photos, Ash on the camera. Thanks, James. Thanks to you.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you everybody for watching as well and interacting with us.
And we'll see you at the end of the month live from Redovan for 1/8 Nitro Off-Road Buggy. We'll see you soon. Bye.